describe that. Is there a mission for us? Who is that High Lord? Who'd kill a million of us? And as the bell tolls, is there no remission for us? Wake up, get out there. There's more to life than the way. If you live, you cannot stay. Why does nobody want change? Let your voices ring out there. Take the mask off and be free. Find yourself in the debris. If you hold on life for change. Wake up, get out there. Raise your voice against lions. Feed your hunger like fire. Why does nobody want change? Just imagine you're out there. Swatting lights in the making. Can't move fast without breaking. If you hold on life for change.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lowing Day number 2. I am DRF, joined by the one and only Neptune for a CCA takeover here at Low Inc. We are going to be kicking off round 1 with one of our very own Neptune, the Reef Runners out of Cal Poly Pomona, taking on Gebrochen, wie'n Rochen.
Well, it truly is a CCA takeover, as you said previously here, featuring one of, the front runners with Reef Runners right there for Division 1. Obviously, some of their players are not going to be there as well because they do have some Low Inc band members who's not present on this roster here because we are in Low Inc here, day 2 with the Alpha Bracket for November, and we're going to be seeing how basically a West Coast collegiate Splatoon team matches up against a German Splatoon team here as well, because putting it through Deep L here, translating in the team name, it's broken like a stingray, supposedly.
Which honestly, I love the rhyme that is incorporated into this name. So I'm sure that it's like a fun little catchy phrase within the German language, but with Reef Runners on the west coast of the U.S., like you said, versus folks potentially in Germany, this could be a bit of a goofy matchup when it comes to the net, as we are now stretching across a country, an ocean, and dealing with college, university, internet. So we're gonna hope for the best.
Hope for the best, hold out for a hero, whatever phrase you want to use. College internet at the end of the day is, well, less reliable than a lot of other things that I often go to, but I'm hoping that we can still hold that line right there and just see some good old-fashioned Splatoon. Speaking of which, starting off with game 1, we're going to be starting off on Splatzone's Hagglefish Market here, a tried and true classic, the battlefield of Splatoon, if I do say so myself here, DRF. Anything else you want to add here?
Well, I'm going to be excited to see what Gebrochen wie'n Rochen is able to bring out composition-wise with this Reef Runner squad. There's a number of different things that really can come out here, as well as these folks tend to play a variety of different weapons. So I'm going to be curious to see what we're going to get out of this Reef Runner squad, because this, like we said, this isn't a traditional Reef Runner squad, so to speak, as they have a couple of different folks that are going to be leading the way, because Reef Runners tends to run fairly deep with their CCA roster.
How many people are on their CCA roster? Like 7, 8, 6?
It's something like that. I appreciate the workaround there to avoid saying that the two consecutive numbers there, Neptune, as you started with 7, 8, and then went back to 6.
Okay, well, I got a word from the little producer in our ears here saying, "Streamer, say 6, 7 on stream, please." There you go. There is your shout out right there.
There you go. Yep, we will no longer say the cursed brain rot has come of this latest generation. I feel like this is with this current brain rot memes that are coming out. I officially feel like a boomer being like these darn kids with their new slang and language that nobody will ever understand.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, being a bit of an old head, maybe a college graduate, the current generation of college students sometimes concerns me with some of the things they are exposed to, for a lack of a better term. I know that's like the primary demographic for Splatoon right now is mostly the college age folks, right, as well. And I don't know the ages of, how do I say it, of the Rochen squad right here as well, so maybe they're a little bit less brain rotten, but I've heard someone say the more rotten your brain is, the better you are at playing Splatoon, but we'll see how that goes on. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, is that so? This is, I feel like we need to get an official study out on this.
Alright, if you guys come up with a traditional college paper for your final right here, this is a perfect opportunity or study to perform right here. The brain rot and the equation of your skill in Splatoon or any general esports in general. But hey, it looks like we're getting it started out here. The Reef Runners are going to be in that bright pink, as well as Rochen is going to be in that nice green yellow there. Starting off here, what stands out to you, DRF?
Well, taking a look, it's going to be that sticker stamper that's going to be standing out to me the most on the side of Reef Runners. And meanwhile, it's going to be the tent that's going to be coming out of Gebrochen that's really interesting me there. Sorry, apologies, have that flipped in my statement there. But, flip the two squads. But it's going to be the sticker stamper and that tent. The tent, we've seen it time and time again that, especially if you can bring out tent on something like Hagglefish and do well with it, it can cause so much chaos and just be so difficult to break through, though. But as I say that, it's going to be Gebrochen that is off to the races here with a nice stagger to get things going.
A brilliant stagger right there, and that was a crucial pick on the roller here. Normally the roller is going to be causing a lot of panic as well, normally trying to find it out here as well, but instead being put straight into that respawn as well, and not having too many specials in response. We do see a Zuka as well as a Crab get invested here, but it looks like it's going to be a bit of a dicey situation, DRF. Oh my goodness!
Oh, and Nutelu doing a fantastic job of kiting here, just trying to make sure that they are staying the perfect distance away. Finally, the roller from Reef Runners able to find a breakthrough, and now it's going to be the opportunity for Reef Runners to claim back this zone. They're playing very patient and finally going to turn over this zone. But Gebrochen with a hot start there, tacking on 76 points in their opening push.
Yeah, for sure. Amazing opening push right there. But you definitely see these players trading resources for resources right here. Beautiful Crab there from Dreamer as well. But we do seem to have a bubble invested here as well. But it's going to get shredded by this Booyah Bomb as well. So it seems like the special economy is going to be in the favor of Gebrochen as well. But look at this, DRF. 2 for 2, pick for pick. This zone, even though it's painted, still going to be contested here by this roller.
Yeah, and this roller has been absolute key so far for the Reef Runners. They're trying to, I think they need to probably do a little bit more to try to pair the roller with the tent umbrella, because that's going to be a way for the roller to really start making some advances. I mean, the roller has done a great job of playing mid, but they haven't made much progress beyond that, as we now see the wipeout from Reef runners, and Sleepy going to be moving up now, especially if you could get that pen up towards those boxes. That really is a great indicator of how much you are locking out this game.
Yeah, for sure. This lockout seems to be very strong right here. It seems like the roller is having difficulties being able to move up, but gets sniped by that brilliant Zuka as well. Reef Runners is still in this as well, playing aggressive and dirty right now. Trying to get back in. 2 picks immediately with the cooler coming out. This is going to be an opportunity to push back in, and look at this, DRF. A wipeout for wipeout, and now into the spawn with a tether bro and a roller. This is a difficult situation to be in.
And that might have actually been the quad from the roller. The roller was very close to every single one of those picks. I know we didn't quite have the POV there, but that is a massive turnaround now for the Reef Runners, who are hunting for the lead. Booyah Bomb coming out from Gebrochen, trying to stall out this zone, but Reef Runners holds on to it despite losing the members, and that's going to be the lead swap over towards the Reef Runners. It's now going to be Gebrochen that should get back control of this zone. 2 down on either side, but the roller once again coming up big.
Oh man, the roller, the key aspect and how you build this comp around with the Tenebro has been coming in clutch time and time again, getting another pick right there. Nasty destruction right before any of their painters are able to get to the zone. Reef Runners just practically need to hold this zone and close out that game, which they do right here. Oh my goodness, Reef Runners, well, this writes itself, DRF.
What a phenomenal job there by the roller to get things done. They clutched this one up for their team, and especially with how strong of a start Gebrochen had in the first about 2 minutes there. It seemed like they were going to try to run away with this, but the Reef Runners finding a way to enable their roller, their key slayer, to be able to flip this one back in their favor and run away with it in a knockout of their own.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels like there was a lot of tools to deal with the roller as well. Like, we had 2 Booyah Bombs, right? So you can probably trade the big bubbler with one of the Booyah Bombs that comes out on zone, and it's very difficult for those weapons to be able to go through as well, because you have a lot of opportunities to just either shred the bubble, shred their Tenebrella, as well as just like use a lot of your resources to hit around the tent shield. But hey, tried and true, the roller just needs to often get one crucial pick or make one crucial play to entirely swing the direction of a game, which we saw right there, trading wipeout for wipeout. Just beautiful stuff to see here, especially for the first game of Lowing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great way to start off day 2. So now we go into counterpicks. I was looking at this, I was like, dang, we go to counterpicks so soon. I forget that day 2 really is just all counterpicks. So I'm excited to see what Gebrochen is going to bring out here. And the pick is in tower control. Ship shape is the hill that Gebrochen chooses. So I think that this is actually a decent idea. It's, it's a little bit harder for the tent roller combo to just get free reign over the map. And I think that this is something that, especially with that sticker stamper, if that's going to be sticking around as well, should be able to, move around a little more freely. They really want to utilize that Booyah Bomb as well as a potential GG special should Gebrochen hold the lead going into the final seconds.
Yeah, for sure. Booyah Bomb's always something to be aware of, and unlike, say, Tri-Strikes, it does come with HP, so if you do have an option to have a Booyah Bomb out, you're going to have to shred through some HP before it gets tossed out as well. But when you mentioned a sticker stamper right there having the Booyah Bomb, let's not forget about the other Booyah Bomb in the room, which is the S-Blast on the side of Gebrochen. S-Blast continuously proven itself to be a very strong and competent meta-defining weapon, my bad right there. On tower control, which is Blaster's often strong mode, that's going to be very difficult. And also with a Tenebrella being on tower right here, speaking to a lot of Tent players as well, this is one of Tent's weakest modes as well, because oftentimes the AoE weapons like to come out to play, and the shield can only do so much when you're getting blasted off that tower, DRF. DRF? Man down, man down. CCA staff are dropping one by one here, unfortunately, but it seems like the other players are going to be getting ready into tower control ship shape, which is going to be a pretty interesting map mode here as well. Oftentimes tower control, especially on ship shape, is defined usually by who's able to get their snowball the largest when it gets to that second checkpoint right there, because the second checkpoint is often the make or break moment for most teams being able to go through here as well. I apologize, folks. I don't know what happened to DRF, but we are going to be trying to get him back online. In the meantime, just sit back, relax, listen to my voice. I never really had opportunities to just keep yapping as well, but I guess we rock and roll with it. Yeah. Hope you're all having a wonderful morning. It is 1:16 here on the East Coast right here. Yeah. We're gonna get things started here with tower control ship shape. Let's see these comps roll on out. We have a leader coming out to play. Okay, so no cooler on the side of Gebrochen here, while Reef Runner is going to make some swaps as well. We have Andrew coming in here as well, using the Ashen Tri-Slosher, something you don't commonly see because Screen usually gets banned because it's used for very obvious reasons there as well. But look at this, trade for trade, pick for pick. Both players are just doing their best to try and see what they can do in neutral. But wow, 3 going down here, and Reef Runners is now going to be able to take the stage and start setting up here. We have the cooler coming out and going through as well. Bubble is online, but look at this. 2 picks immediately out here is going to cause Reef Runners to have a little bit of an odd situation as well, but they still managed to be able to go through, and I love this roller holding onto this bubble for the moment where they need it most right here. So now that the Booyah is released, they probably won't have anything in response to the roller, which is beautiful right there. Still holding onto this bubble. They will have it for the second checkpoint or be able to push up aggressively as well, and using the screen to block the line of sight is brilliant here. Oh wow, a really aggressive play here from this roller, just being able to push up there. It's going to be a very difficult situation to be able to stop right here, but we do manage to get the picks, and Gebrochen is going to be able to move up slowly but surely, but it seems like they're still going down one by one here, with Reef Runners struggling to find a way forward. I'll be honest, I still thought DRF was alive, and I was like hoping that would transition there. Well, awkward, but hey, things are going here. It's now going to be the orange side pushing up here, getting a lot of paint on the ground. They make it very difficult for the Tri-Slosher as well as the roller to get back in here as well. But yeah, look at that. 2 crucial splats right here. Just start to get stuff going here. S-Blast has the first Booyah bomb, which gets popped right now. Be able to push forward here. But Andrew is still in this pit right here. And being able to trade that S-Blast is absolutely huge as well. We see the Booyah bomb getting paired as well to help pincer this. It's just going to leave the leader alive, forced to back up. Now, leader is very strong on tower control, because it's very obvious where people need to stand to move the objective as well. And typically it can have an iron grip, so what you often need to do is take out the other front lines and force the leader to move back, whether you use specials or bombs or your body. That is going to be the win condition here going up here as well. Oh, beautiful Booyah bomb there. Trading Booyah for Booyah, causing 2 players to go down from Gebrochen as well. You can definitely see a situation where this can kind of just get really out of hand right here, because you don't have a lot of special if you're looking on Gebrochen's side right here. So, but hey, who needs a special when you have basically a leader coming out here as well? Sleepy correctly backing up right here as well, but can only do so much with the line of sights that they're giving as well. Leader needs to be able to look at this tower to be able to try and get picks as well. But while they're looking at the tower, they don't quite catch the roller that is on the side right there. And a beautiful wipeout just happens just at the end there. Just Reef Runners set up their situation in a way that allowed them to be able to isolate the leader, get them off the high ground, and just snowball their way through. Beautiful plays right there. Just being able to get through the second checkpoint just very briefly, very understandably. I'm not sure what happened to DRF or if we're going to be finding a sub right now, but kudos to Reef Runners clearing round 1 of Low Ink Day 2. They'll be continuing on the Alpha bracket as well, and for the record, Gebrochen is not out completely. They are still going to be fighting their way through the loser's side here as well. So in the meantime, while we try to get DRF back, we're going to be cutting to break here as well. Don't go anywhere, folks. I promise the man is alive and well. It's just he has had experiencing mic issues like we always do. We'll catch you soon. And we are back here with another round of Low Ink. We are in Alpha Bracket, winner's side, round number 2 here. My name is Neptune, and unfortunately, DRF had some tech issues that we are currently resolving right now, but in the meantime, I'm joined by Sam, who will be helping us on the mic here, focusing on this match up right here. We have Anarchy Stars versus No Fate here. So something to immediately look at if you're looking at the bracket on Sendo.Inc as well is both these teams are respectively 17 and 16 right here as well. So we have a theoretically going to be a nail biter in the sense of these teams are very evenly matched in a sense of the seeders thought they're roughly around the same skill level, and now this should be one of the more intense matches coming out right here. But we're already getting started here. Splat Sounds Mahi Mahi Resort. What stands out to you, Sam?
I mean, so far to me, I'm seeing a carbon deco, which you don't see that too often these days. Oh. I think it was in Recon.
Oh, well, silly mistake right there. That is that's what happens when you put Recon mode on and start a match right there. But I could see the reason for Recon, you know, you don't want the music of the game blaring out so you can more focus on what's going on in the environment as well, but silly things happen occasionally.
That is really surprising to me, how there's no way to turn off the music in game yet, at all.
Yeah, no, it's a really awkward option that still doesn't exist. I guess the developers would see it kind of as like a crutch for like higher levels of play, and that's why that's not a thing, but I see quite a bit of, how do I say, Anarchy Stars comp here as well, is rocking quite a bit of chip damage with the double slosher here as well. Meanwhile, No Fate is rocking a carbon roller who immediately gets splatted here as well. And immediately, it seems to be a bloodbath where both these teams are trading blow for blow, leaving both the pencil versus a carbon right here. Very awkward situation here to navigate as the pencil trying to stop the carbon from getting these jumps, but crucial picks right there, Sam.
That was a beautiful play by that carbon there. It looked very nail-biting there for a second, rushing up on a pen that was fully charged, but they managed to swing their way around and get 3 picks after that bloodbath in mid there. We're moving over into kind of a neutral state here, and Anarchy Stars takes advantage of this zone. We have those sloshers moving in, and they're pushing up really far towards No Fate's spot.
Yeah, for sure. Moving up far is something you gotta do on Splat Zones. Typically, the best way to hold your zone is to control areas outside of the zone, which usually starts with pushing up pretty far here as well. But beautiful Dreadringer Reef slider right there, managing to pick off 2 unfortunate members right here, causing a bit of a stagger here for No Fate as well. The Dread's gonna try cleaning up mid right here, but what can No Fate do to be able to get back in here?
I think they need to get a little more space in mid here so that their carbon is able to move around. And we see here getting a pick with that 2 picks with the Trizuka, but quickly getting taken down. They're not really able to capitalize off of it, which is what they need right now. I think, oh my god. But I think that carbon needs to be able to move around the zone here and enable their team to move in.
Yeah, for sure. Being able to allow your team to move forward right here is going to be such a difficult task to do with No Fate when this Reef slider keeps continuously getting amazing doubles right here. It's going to be a pencil-on-pencil duel for a little bit here, but hey, Soda's up. We have that little bit of life insurance, as I like to call it, right there as well. Being able to allow your team to come back in here as well. But you do need to stop this Dread from hitting the zone here as well, which I believe they already managed to do. Yes, okay. Crucial picks from both sides right here, and the Carbon's going to keep threatening this pencil as well, trying to hold on for dear life. The Stamper does come in, but a little bit too late as the zone gets flipped, and now Anarchy Stars is going to be the one on the back foot, and No Fate is going to be the one to play their game here, Sam.
I really like the way that No Fate will just collapse onto the other team. You won't see any of them, and then you see 3 of them just surrounding one person, and they're able to push up all together as a team, and it's working really well in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely working in their favor, being able to just swing and get so many picks here as well. But here's what the game is going to come down to. A lot of, since there's a dread on both sides, they both have access to essentially Reef cheese on the zone here as well. So the game could keep going on continuously if they aren't able to find their respective dread ringers as well. But right now, No Fate is going to be the one on the back foot because they are currently not in the lead. But using that dread ringer Reef slider, not on the zone, but to try and get picks, might allow No Fate to be able to push up here. It's just a matter of getting the zone here.
I think No Fate just has to be able to hold the zone a little longer than they do. Because they do get control of the zone, but it's never long enough to work through, like, too deep past those penalty points. And so, you see, they'll hold the zone for a while, but they're stuck up here at, like, 47.
Yeah, for sure. Being able to hold the zone for prolonged periods of time is how you eat through this penalty and being able to just swing the advantage in your favor as well. But there's a little bit of hope right here. Every time you get some points on the zone, usually only half of the points get applied through penalty. So you're just looking for that one good lockout, that one good opportunity to stop them from going forward here. But it looks like Strike Zuka is going to get invested as well. And that is a crucial pick coming from Anarchy Stars right there, stopping the Dreadringer from coming in. They do still have Soda, but the points are coming down right here. The Reef does manage to hit the zone, but there's hardly a minute left on this clock, and there's not many bodies alive to be able to do anything here, Sam.
I'm really sad because there was a beautiful coordination of specials you saw there. They popped the Trizukas with the Tri-Strikes at the same time, and following it up, I think with a Reef Slider really would have solidified that hold for them. But they were kind of still stuck up in their plat back there and weren't really able to move forward from it. So now we have Anarchy Stars ticking down in the last 10 points here, and I think they have this game.
Yeah, for sure. The Reef Slider, unfortunately, did not have enough time to position it well to cap the zone right there, allowing Anarchy Stars to be able to comfortably take game one right there as well. So I think we are going to be seeing a nice back and forth going between these two teams as well, as the dynamic just comes down to who can set up their main weapons better right here. How do you either set up the Slosher as well as the Stamper if you're Anarchy Stars, or are you No Fate and trying to find a way to get your Carbon Roller in so they can get more explosive plays and crucial picks here, Sam?
Well, I think it depends here what they pick for a counter pick. I think with that Carbon, I think maybe something like Tower on Mako would work really well for them.
Yeah, for sure. Tower?
I see Carbons move very well on Mako. And, well, they could do Splat Zones too, couldn't they? I'm trying to remember how. Okay, we're going Splat Zones on Robo Ramen.
Oh, okay. Splat Zones Robo Ramen. A very neutral map mode, I like to say, right here. And I definitely think I see why you would want to pick this if you are No Fate here as well, because Carbon Roller often is able to contest the choke area or just around the glass that is oh so crucial for your back lines as well as like some of your mid lines to be able to control it as well. Using that burst bomb to its biggest advantage as well, being able to just contribute to the fights in mid. And the Zuka, as someone who primarily uses that as one of their favorite specials, is very strong here, and we're already getting started here. We do see a switch up to the Wiper instead here on the side, I believe, of No Fate, and that's going to be a crucial here. We have a sword-on-sword duel with Wiper on No Fate's side and Stamper on Anarchy Stars' side.
I do think that this is still a good pick for the Carbon, as you said. But it is also a good pick for the Dreadringer, because it is still kind of a Reef cheesy map. That zone is not as big as it feels. Like, it looks a lot bigger looking at it, but once you throw, like, one special on there, it's capped.
Yeah, for sure, and it's going to be basically a special economy, for lack of a better word, in which specials get to get invested on the zone as well as get invested in the areas that are crucial to stopping them from getting on the zone as well. As you can see, we see both Strikes and Reef Slider coming up from both sides right now, but Anarchy Stars continuously showing their dominance here, getting the picks as necessary, getting a delayed wipeout here as well, catching up that Wiper, and now it's going to be a little bit of a lockout situation here, Sam.
It was really good plays from that pencil there, too. Letting their team push them forward and getting 2 picks themselves. You don't see that too much from the Pens. Normally they like to hang back, but I do like to see this whole team moving up. We have one jump back from the Dread, but You have the rest of the team pushing up there. Reef Slider coming out, almost caps the zone here.
Yeah, for sure. The Reslider was, I think, used a bit as a panic situation to give himself more time, but now, being unable to cap right there, you don't have another resource to help you cap this zone right here, but we do see that the Viper try and make a play right there as well. We see Zuka come out, all these specials right here, yet the zone is still not capped. There we go, no fate, still managing to hang in this one here as well. They're slowly trying to build up more specials as well as move up this carbon right here as well. But they're in a little bit of a dicey situation. It's going to come down to whether or not Anarchy Stars is able to find this beautiful shark that is coming out from Sizzle right there.
As you said before, it is special economy on this map, but they also need to give their carbon space to work around. Because when you have a carbon just sitting in one puddle of yellow, and then everywhere else around it is blue, there's not too much that carbon can do other than just hope and pray.
Yeah,
and as
for
you
sure.
see, that shark right there didn't work out too well for them as this bucket gets two before pushing up into No Fate's area.
Yeah, for sure. The bucket put in an amazing double right there, just giving so much space for their team as well. But now it's going to be seeming like No Fate has the specials, getting ready to invest on zone. You see the strikes come out as well as the Reef Slider to guarantee this cap right here. So a lot of resources have been wasted to try and get to the zone here. So there's not much else remaining to be able to use for fighting here as well. But it's going to be the Wiper right here trying to take this fight here with the sword as well as the Dreadringer as well. It's a little bit of a duel right now, but the Wiper comes up on top, but gets cleaned out by this slosher Miku right here with an exclamation point. Gotta respect the Miku love.
This is exactly the neutral game that you were talking about before we started, where it's just back and forth in special economy. You see one Reef Slider and another Reef Slider, and the zone goes back. One more tri-strikes and the zone will go back again. We have a Zipcaster coming out over the zone here, seeing if we can get anything. Doesn't find anything, but that zone is entirely covered. I want to see Anarchy Stars keep pushing forward because, I mean, that's the win button. Just hold forward.
Yeah, for sure. You need to control everything else there in front of the zone and hold forward to be able to do that. But right now, just it seems like strike for strike, special for special. Players are investing so much to try and get something done right here. And it's going to be No Fate seemingly coming out on top. Never mind, 2 picks down. This Carbon's in an awkward spot, stuck in a Zuka as well. It's basically a delayed wipeout right here. And Anarchy Stars is going to try and see what they can do to hold this position right here in the choke point. And it's going to be very difficult for the Carbon to be able to do anything out of this situation.
It's 1 minute left in this game, and Anarchy Stars only has 22 points remaining on the board. All they have to do is just hold it for the next 20 seconds, and this game is theirs. But we do have tri-strikes coming out on the zone, a hammer coming out, but gets taken down. 2 Resliders coming out on the zone. It does flip, almost. There it goes. Now, alright, now we got penalty points on the side of Anarchy Stars, but we do only have about 40 seconds left in this match.
Yeah, 40 seconds is not a lot of time here. There's still some penalty to work through if you are No Face looking to get this zone, but you not only do you have penalty, you have the space to work up here with this choke point. And it seems like while specials are being built up right here, there's not a lot of time to go. You do see the strikes get invested from both sides as well. Trading special for special. They do manage to get the cap right here to manage to hold themselves in. But look at this, the Zipcaster trying to pinch out this Dread, but it unfortunately has to recall right there and get shut down. Anarchy Stars just getting the crucial picks as they needed, clicking that Reef Slider onto the zone to say GG's. And wow, that was a really intensive back and forth game where specials just got clicked left, right, and center. But it was just unfortunately not enough from No Fate's side, and that allowed Anarchy Stars to essentially run away with the game.
That was quite possibly the biggest amount of panic specials I had ever seen in the last 10 seconds of a game. You would need both hands to count how many specials came out at once.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just every special in the kitchen sink got tossed right there in desperation to catch that zone right there. And that's kind of the Hail Mary, not really the Hail Mary, but more of the rule of Splatoon right there, where if there's not a lot of time, you're forced to make plays that aren't exactly ideal and rather uncomfortable, and just blitzing out your specials so quickly, you're not going to be able to have much else to fight afterwards. And that's kind of what led No Fate to really just struggling to move up after they cap zone. They use their Reef Slider, they use their strikes. the cooler was already invested in as well. So that's just, you really don't have anything else really to move up or push through as well. And that's kind of what led to the back and forth right there. Is just the specials kept getting invested on zones, and because the penalty points kept applying, it's just kept going back and forth for a little bit right there. But Anarchy Stars once again proving that if you are able to take advantage and live through the specials, you can respond with specials of your own and be able to perhaps get more value out of them.
Yeah, I like how it wasn't a panic from one side. It was a panic from both. You saw two sets of tri-strikes, two Reef sliders, two Trizukas. Is everyone had their same response to the other. But
Yeah.
we do have a little bit of a wait here before we move on to our next match. So I think we're going to go on a short break because DRF may be coming back from the dead.
Oh boy, stick around, folks. We will be coming back with round 3, so I believe that's going to be close to semifinals. No, it is semifinals as well. So thank you guys so much for listening here. Got to give a shout out to Sam doing double duty here today, and we'll see you guys shortly.
I'm back, and we are better than ever, other than my PC, which may or may not be in the worst stage of its life. But I am back alongside Neptune to bring you all the winners semifinals here of Low Ink November 2025. Neptune, let's look at these teams.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at these teams right here, there's some fun going on here with these names. I gotta appreciate that comes up with Lowing. Just some beautiful team names right here. We'll come up with a name later. Clearly, they did not pass the vibe check with that one, but you know what? I gotta respect it. And then we have I'm old, but old. So, you know what? Gotta put some respect right here. This is gonna be a nail biter of a set right here. Basically, seed 7 and 6 duking it out right here to find their way forward. And if the last game or the last set that was going on right there showed that close seeds will provide some close matches, we'll definitely be able to see that right here, right now, DRF.
I love that you once again skirted around the numbers that are in play here, as folks have indicated in the chat. Seed 7 and Seed 6. We will say it in that order and in no other order at this time.
All right, chat. You know what? I'm gonna give you what you want. Seed 6 and 7.
I could hear you slowly dying as you try to get that out into the universe. You know what? I respect it. I think the folks, the Zoomers of our chat will appreciate you for it. Hopefully this is a meme that dies sooner rather than later.
You know what? Things will die faster. Like Splatoon. I'm trying to come up with a transition right here.
It'll die as fast as my PC is. We'll put it like that.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what was going on.
This thing is cooked. We literally tried to reset it, would not boot into Windows, so I booted back up into Linux. I was like, maybe for some reason Linux is being funny. So I tried booting into Windows. No, Windows just didn't want to open at all. And I tried like 3 times. I was like, oh, okay, this is not a good sign. I was like, you know what? That was my indicator that maybe, just maybe, if I plug my mic into something else, it'll work. And lo and behold, we are here now, and we are back on the mic, and we're about to commentate some Splatzone's Umami Ruins.
Yeah, Splatzone's Umami Ruins. So here's my hot take, DRF. I think Umami is one of the most interesting map modes from a Splatzone's perspective, because oftentimes when you see players play Splat Zones, they often have a Reef slider. We saw Red Ringers on both sides on the enemy team coming out. So now with 2 zones, that Reef slider is only really able to cap 1. You still need to cap the other. And the dual zone dynamic here always makes some interesting Splatoon to watch. What stands out to you with these comps?
The fact that we actually have roller versus roller gameplay. We've got the crack on coming out from Mocha from I'm Cold, and the vanilla on the side of We'll Come With A Name Later. So that is the thing that immediately stands out, as these 2 teams are going to be quickly clashing in mid. That's going to be 3 down on the side of I'm Cold, 2 down on the side of We'll Come Up With A Name Later. So it's going to be the numbers advantage that gets it for Name Later though.
Yeah, for sure. And I love this grab tank right here. Using the grab gun to its maximum advantage to try and pick off some players right here. But it seems like it's not good. No, never mind. It does able to find the 10 umbrella right there. So now the roller is left all alone trying to find a way to break back into mid. But hey, Mocha still finds a way to go forward with the crab coming out from Blue here as well. It's going to be a little bit of a dicey situation as both these teams trade special for special. But that zone still is in neutral right now.
Will Come With A Name Later doing a fantastic job, but it's Mocha with the double, and Caramel gonna find one of their own. That's gonna get them their first possession of the zone, and now the Zuka coming out, not able to find the charger as I think they were hoping for, and now it's going to be I'm Cold looking for the lead just a minute and a half into this one, and it is already a back and forth game.
Yeah, for sure. The lead does swap, but not for long as the strikes get invested on the zone to go down for I'm Cold here as well. And they're looking for a way to get their roller in as far as they can. A little bit of a dicey situation. Roller on roller fighting each other and fling and a miss right there. Oh my goodness, dear. He's even in these higher stages of the bracket, there's still a little bit of leeway on what mistakes you can make here. And that's going to allow, we'll come up with a name later, set up and potentially swap the lead here.
Yeah, they decided they'll also come up with the pick later, as both of the rollers did, you know, kind of just swing and miss as you had mentioned. A little bit of comedy there, but nonetheless, it's going to once again be a hotly contested zone, as Will Come With A Name later says we are not going to wait any longer to lock this one out, and they are in position, Neptune. 20 ticks remaining on the scoreboard, and they're going to try to ride this one out as 2 more go down. This should be it for this game.
Yeah, for sure. A booyah to just essentially say GG's. We're not playing Tower Control, gang, but you know what? You gotta send a message somehow, someday. We'll come up with a name later. Taking up game 1. The crucial moments in that game just were the roller being able to find a way forward and set up their other weapons on top of that dome area. That dome allows so much ways to be able to prevent the enemy from being able to go forward right there as well. And already, it seems like we have our counter pick right here, a frame 1 counter pick, DRF. You know what that tells me?
What does that tell you?
That tells me that they are confident in this counter pick right here, and being confident in your own counter picks is another game, or like I guess another macro game that teams need to get ready to master to be able to shut down opponents and be very comfortable and play the game they know best.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think that there's 2 takeaways here from just one being so, with being so ready with their counter pick, and that's one, more teams need to be like you, I'm Cold, because teams take way too long to get their darn counter picks in. Like, I'm gonna commend you for this, because not many teams are in frame 1 ready to go with a counter pick, and 2, exactly what you said, Neptune. This is sort of a reset map mode that they immediately knew, all right, we end up getting knocked out and locked out of this one. Rainmaker Humpback. That is the team mental reset. They have that designated and ready to go. And this could be, you know, I love when teams make counter picks so quickly, because it is just so much confidence coming out of them. And it could be an opportunity for them to completely flip this set back in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. And something I'm looking forward to seeing are Tenebrella and Roller. And it's very strange. Like, I don't often see the Tenebrella, no less a Roller, right, individually, but seeing them paired together, like, I think I heard someone right here, quote me, actually, wait, if someone's watching this and can quote me on who it is, they basically said, if any 2 weapons could have basically a marital status on how well they play off each other, it's going to be a V-Roller as well as a Tenebrella here, but we're going to be opting for the Crack-On Roller. The teams are ready to rock and roll. Let's see how this plays out, DRF.
Let's jump right into it, as we are seeing that combo comeback, and diving in here. These teams going to be contesting mid early on, and it's going to be Will Come With A Name later that's going to keep control of mid, as I'm Cold playing a little bit slower out of the gates.
Yeah, for sure. They have a little bit more of a slower weapon that they need to set up right here, but they do use the edit to try and juice them up as immediately as possible and contest mid here as well. It's going to be a bit of a struggle bus to be able to push up here, because that Tenebrella swapped off the Sorella variant and now on the vanilla one to opt for a back here as well. So we're going to be seeing the back that comes out on Rainmaker's special here. Same like just be able to give opportunities to push it forward here as well. But it already looks like we'll come up with a name later. Already has the answer to this comp.
Yeah, it certainly seems like that they might, as it's going to be Will Come With A Name later, 1 down on either side. Both teams just still kind of hovering, trying to make a move here. Will Come With A Name later, finally going to just push forward. That bubble coming up huge to get the checkpoint, plus the jump out makes this a solid just 1 checkpoint push. They're going to go ahead and retreat just a little bit, try to hold position.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit of a retreat right there to be able to stabilize there as well. It's going to be oh so crucial, but the back is online. There is teammates barreling towards the checkpoint right here in the rain. A spree dunk, but hey, gonna cost you your life as well as 3 other members here. I don't know if that was worth it, DRF.
I mean, it seems like both teams really were just focused on trying to clear the checkpoint, and I guess that's what, you know, they both got that out of here, so it's effectively a tied game at this stage. The score is certainly not going to stand for both of these teams, I think, but Will Come With A Name Later is the one that's going to be making their mark early after this checkpoint. 3 down. It's going to come down to the heavy edit. The heavy edit finally gets the pick, but it went down to 10 points remaining. So 3 down, but that one was definitely worth it, Neptune.
Oh yeah, for sure. You swing that Rainmaker when you see 3 down, you catch out the roller that was sharking. That S-Blast doing a wonderful job scoping that out and allowing that Rainmaker to run all the way down to 10 points right there. But wow, the S-Blast shooting down that Rainmaker and potentially getting another pick right there. Wow, just really convincing gameplay coming out from Come Up With A Name Later right now.
Dazuka retaliating, able to find one, not able to find a second, guarding this elbow, trying to get back into the game here. I'm cold, trying to get hot quickly, and now with 2 down, the 10th moving forward as well. And it's going to be a whole team effort to dive this Rainmaker, but 2 members go down, and the 3rd member is going to go with them. Mocha, the last one standing, going to retreat back into mid, but is met by the Splash, who's going to cut them off. And now it's closely contested once again, but Will Come With A Name Later now has 2 minutes to try to stall this one out.
Yeah, 2 whole minutes is not a lot of time, but you make the most of your time right now, which is going to be very difficult with 2 members immediately getting spot. It seems like We'll Come Up With A Name Later is looking for a way to push their lead even further and potentially get a knockout here as well. Members are traded left and right and center, and now it's just the Rainmaker all alone right here. Chamomile immediately getting that slap and that splat right there and being able to move up right now in this choke point right here, but oh, S-Blast moment.
S-Blast moment indeed, as it is going to be I'm Cold picking up the Rainmaker once again, but they have 2 members down. Now the Trip Strikes coming out, pushing Syrup back into a corner, trying to rotate this to the right here. They're going to be able to do just that, but no, the leader comes up big, plus the jump out. What a play to my Astral.
Oh my goodness. Astral, I've faced them a couple of times this game, and they are certainly a strong charger as well. Just being able to hit the shots, recognize when they need to get out, and just, that is exactly demonstrated right there. This is what good chargers do. They constantly put so much pressure up front that there's not a lot of things you can do, and then by the time you get to them, they're already repositioned or jumped out. But you can definitely see I'm Cold trying to come up with something right here, getting 1 pick, looking for another, not quite. It's going to be a difficult situation to navigate here as this roller looks for more.
It's going to be the tent ready with their vac, as they're going to actually be the one to pick up the Rainmaker. Why were they the one that picked up the Rainmaker? Oh, that was going to be their key to making this push. Now they're going to have to get a little bit creative here. They do find 3 picks. They got a delayed wipe. It's going to come down to the roller. The roller finds 2. The Blaster making a move is able to cut them off. And that is going to be Will Come With A Name Later, holding on late in this one. Holy smokes, Neptune.
My heart like beated 6 times faster in 6 different instances during that last push right there. Just looking at that situation, it looked a little bit desperate because you called it out right there. I was raising like 3 eyebrows wondering why the tent decided to opt for the vac. They had the vac right there and they decided to pick it up so that they couldn't have access to it. But it's because so the other members can play off with their specials and their main weapons right there to be able to push up as well. It's just unfortunately just a little bit of a panic, a little bit of a desperation right there. There just wasn't enough space or time to be able to swap the lead right there, as unfortunately, We'll Come Up With A Name Later had such a good push up to 10 that basically just was too big of a mountain to climb there, DRF.
It certainly was, as you know, they got a great push there all the way down to 10 remaining. They paid a lot to get to that point, but it was just the right price, as it's the lead that ultimately held, despite the scare at the very end from I'm Cold. Sometimes those inches that you get at the very end of your push really make the difference, and it did for Will Come With The Name Later, as now I'm Cold looks towards the reverse sweep as their means of entering winners finals, and that is gonna have to get started on tower control ship shape to try to slow down the momentum from Will Come With The Name Later.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very curious why they opted for ship shape, no less tower control, because speaking with a bunch of 10 umbrella players, right, they often don't opt for the 10 umbrella on this map mode, as typically blasters get played pretty commonly and being able to shoot around the 10 umbrella shield, but that was demonstrated during that Rainmaker Humpback game, and it becomes even more difficult to play around given ship shape structure, the ledges, and just the general map geometry as well. So I'm curious to see, we might see a weapon swap right here, but we might just see a 10 umbrella stick to their 10 umbrella guns and try and play it out here, DRF.
Certainly. We did see the tent roller combo in that round 1 set, and if I'm not mistaken, before my mic literally died, I believe that the team that ran the tent roller combo ended up winning on tower ship shape.
Yes, you are correct. That it was Reef runners coming out from the heavens right there, just swinging and just getting so much value from setting up their roller as well. Again, I think V-Roller is one of those weapons that needs to be put a little bit more respect out there. It's got a really good one-shot. A bubble getting set up inside of it, you have to respect it as well. And it can often just run away with the game if it gets set up properly. And that's the crucial big point I want to bring home here, is if it sets up, and if the team's going to be able to support the roller to be able to make those plays, DRF.
Well, that is certainly the question that we will have to answer going into game number 3, assuming that that's the composition that sticks around here. Taking a look, as we missed just the opening seconds here, but it is going to be a pretty massive adjustment from I'm Cold. Both teams making a few different adjustments though, nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. Trading out your Brella, I believe, for an S-Blast right here. You know, I respect it. I've seen Shadow swap off a tent on tower control, so following the top player's footsteps as well is going to be the name of the game right here. And looking for ways to push this first checkpoint, but an unfortunate Splat Bomb is going to cause Will Come Up With A Name Later to potentially stagger here, DRF.
Oh, and this is a massive wipe. Save the first checkpoint, start pushing up. Everybody's in position to try to make a play here, as I'm Cold should be able to get to this first checkpoint and make a play, as Will Come With A Name Later quickly trying to get their specials ready. Don't they have the first one with the crab, but now they need to see if they can get the S-Blast and the Charger to get their specials up as well.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like we clicked a lot of our specials just very early right there, and it seems like Will Come Up With A Name later recognized that, waited them out, and start striking with their own right there. Starting with this Crab Tank here, Mayhem looking to close out this fight with the S-Blast, but the name is in the game there. You will swing it, and you will get that blaster kill, and often win those interactions, especially if you're Cameron here, who's just dancing around these pencil shots as well. Getting a pick to goal, getting another one. Okay, this gun cheats, DRF.
I don't know how they managed to get away with 2 picks there, especially with just how limited their ink was to work with. As now Mocha gonna be able to find one, but gets caught out in a little bit of danger. And now it's going to be Morrow that's going to find a nice pick there with the roller. It's I'm Cold, though, that's all the way down to 38 points remaining. This push should be dead in the water, as everybody backing up for now, but the roller from Mocha able to find 2 to keep this tower forward, and that is such a massive play, because now they're in position to quickly pick up this tower where they had left off. So they're going to continue to hold this neutral ground right in the middle, but it's always so important to keep the tower in an aggressive position if you can do so. And they're doing just that, despite the tower now reeling back to its starting point. It's allowed I'm Cold to maintain this aggressive position that they're in now.
Yeah, for sure. Mocha coming up big right here. Oh my goodness, getting splatted through that Kraken right there. Mocha's been putting in a lot of work right there, and I think we'll come up with a name later, has recognized like, hey, this roller needs to go right there, and immediately responded by picking them off right now. But the biggest issue right now is going to be this pencil getting 2 crucial picks right now and riding this tower right here. The passive special charge from this tower is going to allow the other users to get a lot of their specials ready. We see the Kraken come out, we see the strikes come out as well. Overly invested to try and slay out every member here to try and get the second checkpoint here, DRF.
3 members down. It's a stagger from Will Come With a Name Later, and I'm Cold has now entered the oh no zone. They should be able to ride this one out. It looks like they had someone from Will Come With a Name Later dive the tower, but was not successful in completely stalling this push. But now, still in love, able to move up. Gonna get shut down by the trip strikes. Bree back on the tower, trying to knock this one out. The roller once again coming in from the top rope, but that's a wipeout!
Oh my goodness, a wipe out, and right here, when the tower is moving right here, that might as well be the dagger for, we'll come up with a name later, as I'm Cold, rolling with the momentum that they got from their own roller, as well as their own specials, as well as the other members right there, beautifully synergizing with each other to knock it out all the way on tower control ship shape. So the counter pick was the correct call right there, but now we'll come up with the names later time to pick a mode here.
And I think more so than the map mode counter pick, it was the adjustment in the comp that may have done it for I'm Cold. They went ahead and did away with the tent for now. The tent was really having a lot of difficulty with the S-Blast on the other team, and said, you know what, screw it. If you can't beat them, join them. And brought out an S-Blast of their own, and I think that really was a key difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. When you go from 10 Umbrella that is struggling against an S-Blast, they literally just had a response of like, oh, if you can do it, I can do it better, which was demonstrated. I believe it was Chamomile switching off the 10 Umbrella into the S-Blast right there and getting so many crucial picks that I didn't think they would be able to survive. But, you know, S-Blast has a way. As Lobstar would put it, when there's there's a blaster with a burst bomb, there's always a way to win a match.
You know, those are some wise words. You know, when in doubt, just do a whole bunch of chip damage that can, you know, and potentially one-shot them at the same time.
It's disgusting if you look at the X-Rank leaderboards, DRF. Have you seen them? It's just all S-Blast for every single mode. The top player. Melon is struggling out there. Very top with Ladder Shot Pro. Man. Regardless, it comes down to the players, right? A gun can be as overpowered as it, or overtuned as it is, but what good is it in the wrong hands? And oh my goodness, Splatzone's Mako Mart with S-Blast. I'm scared.
Well, I mean, the question is the S-Blast going to be stick around for both teams? I'm inclined to say yes, because we are sort of in the age of S-Blast, where it's really become a key part of a number of people's compositions. But, you know, of course, with Splat Zones, you have to think about, you know, the inking power and stuff like that. But there are a number of ledges that the S-Blast can really reach over and chip. So I think it'll stick around. It's going to be interesting to see how the teams build their composition around it. You know, Pencil for sure does a great job of inking, and I think, you know, kind of makes up for the lack of ink that blasters just typically lack. But, you know, we saw splashes on, you know, either side. The rollers will probably be sticking around as well. So, you know, this is going to be a very dangerous game to be near a ledge. We'll just put it like that.
A dangerous game where where you don't want to stand around ledges right there. You know what? That's going in my philosophy book right there. I'll see you in class, I guess, when you go into Mako Mart against a roller and an S-Blast. And here we go, locked and loaded. Both these teams are not going to waste any of our time. They just want to play the video game, which already we see some crucial changes right here. Double shooter to support the S-Blast, and then we see Neo Splash sticking around, and as well as this leader.
Yeah, it's there's no roller though on the side of I'm Cold. They are going to be bringing out the shot and the splash. So a couple of interesting adjustments there as well, as these two teams quick to clash in mid. It's going to be, we'll come with the name later, that grabs first possession of the zone, but a couple specials should be online for them as well. And they should be able to get in a really good position here, because I do not think a member of We'll Come Up With a Name Later has gone down quite yet.
Yeah, for sure. I do see Astral right there trying to watch this right flank right here, which already has Mocha. I believe just trying to avoid this wave breaker right here and trying to come out on top, but unfortunately gets picked out right here. A Booyah Bomb gets invested onto zone while strikes are traded out right here. This is not quite enough to cap. You need to get probably a little bit more space right there. They do get a face full of roller from the heavens, dear.
I am surprised that the roller managed to land that one. It should have been all of the blasters to gain, but nonetheless, we'll come with a name later. Now taking advantage, they may just be able to set themselves back up once again as the roller finds another pick inside the bubble. And Neptune, it was exactly what you had been talking about. The bubble roller combo just so dangerous. You can't even approach, double the radius of that bubble without, risk of just getting completely shut down. The roller is on a spree.
Oh my goodness, this roller has ran away with so much, committed war crimes, been able to just set up in positions that just deny I Am Cold to be able to get back in here. And it's essentially a lockout game right now because the leader is also set up, putting a lot of pressure, as well as the S-Blast being able to be a nuisance here. It's just the splash right now. They have Crab, but if you click the Crab, you're not going to be able to make the zone right now. 10 more ticks remaining. A bubble comes up right here, stopping any momentum that I'm Cold is able to get, and just wow, what a game, dear.
What a masterclass that was from Will Come With a Name Later, and especially the roller able to just shut everything down and put a lock on the zone. You shall not enter, and dare put your ink on my zone.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks from watching UCSD Gold play, because normally they have that charger combo, the one-shot charger with a roller combo. Normally it's leader and carbon, but it seems like We'll Come With the Name Later found a way to make a leader and V-roller work as well, and they just kind of set up their roller to be able to continuously get picks and basically become unanswerable as they are able to walk into the spawn and keep splatting the members of I'm Cold right there. UCSD's legacy lives on some way or another.
Well, in a way, I'm glad that you mentioned it, because two comments here. One, We'll Come With the Name Later, it's now later, so I feel like, top 3 is a great team name. They definitely, should be looking at, potential low ink champions as a team name as well. And then the second comment I was gonna make, I'm glad that you brought up UCSD, because we've seen a number of collegiate teams so far. So Reef Runners, RIT, Orange Ocean, and the Bull Sharks were all kind of in that same section of bracket, now all in the loser's side, as Reef Runners and RIT Orange Ocean, I believe round 3 and round 4 of losers bracket respectively. But you mentioned UCSD, and the one storyline that I'm going to continue to be looking out for is those collegiate teams, because UCSD Esports Gold, my UCSD Esports Gold back in April of 2021 is still the best performing collegiate team in low ink, and we have 2 teams that are contesting to top that, and I think they can absolutely do it.
I love how you specify my version of UCSD.
Hey, all I'm saying is that it's been 4.5 years and no other collegiate team has cracked top 3, except I think VCU Big Fat Sea Cows might have done it like once a couple years ago.
I was there.
Okay, you were there. So nonetheless, we're gonna keep this trade moving as we get the Anarchy Stars versus We'll Come With a Name Later in winners finals.
Wow, okay. I don't think I've stuck around like this long to be on the mic for a finals match of all things, but winners finals here. This is Oh man, this is a nail-biting deciding set right here because if you win this, you are sitting pretty on top for grand finals and can basically give yourself a little bit of a safety net with a bracket reset if you come out on top right now. But hey, we have two teams that we've seen previously on stream, Anarchy Stars, and we'll come up with a name later, going to be battling out here for this winner's final best of 5 set DRF.
Yes, it's best of 5 counter picks. It's everything that you love about the low ink format, but now the stakes are at the pinnacle of this tournament thus far, as these two teams vie for a spot in those grand finals. Both teams coming in with strong records thus far, as Anarchy Stars has not dropped a game today. We'll come with the name later. That game on Tower Control Ship Shape, that was the first game that they have lost today as well. So both teams coming in with a perfect and near perfect record respectively. So it's going to be two teams that are playing hot. And I'm excited to see where this set goes.
Yeah, for sure. The records do speak for themselves right here as well. And checking just day one as well, Anarchy Stars have not dropped a single set as well. They did drop a few games during day one, but hey, day one is an endurance test. Day two is a stamina test, is what I like to call it from back when I played low ink. But hey, starting out on ship-shaped zones right here, I'm a little afraid for Anarchy Stars, given how well Splat Zones was played. We'll come up with a name later in the last set there, DRF.
Yes, and you know, you talked about day one actually, and I want to go back to that real quick because we'll come with a name later, was also on top of their group in day one. They went 5-1, so they did drop the set. So, you know, it does seem like that on paper right now, Anarchy Stars has had the momentum all weekend long. We'll come with the name later, has just been one step behind, but this is the first time that these two teams will face off in this tournament, and it really could not be a better set stage. Ship-shaped cargo, we've seen it already a couple times today, but you know, not on Splat Zones. So I am so eager to see these two teams finally duke it out, because this feels like it was kind of a very slow train collision in the works over the past 2 days, and we're finally here to see the top two teams thus far go at it.
Yeah, for sure. Just now, I would like to say day one is a completely different Ray from day two, and it all comes down to how you play it out. And we're going to get this started here. Game number one, Splat Zone Ship-Shaped Cargo Co. Both these teams locked in, loaded, seeing weapons that we've seen previously on the cast right here. Let's get this started here, DRF.
I love the double bucket out of the Anarchy Stars. I think that this is going to be a lot of fun to watch as a bucket enthusiast myself. But it's going to be that Reef slider mixed with the strikes that's going to make this combination so lethal. But it's the crab from Mayhem that is causing a lot of havoc early on and making it a little bit difficult for Anarchy Stars to move up, but somehow they hold on to the zone despite all of that, and Anarchy Stars now really just ready to run this one down.
Yeah, for sure. Anarchy Stars doing a brilliant job trying to clear space ahead of each other, but you gotta watch down the roller. Every time it comes down, someone will get strucken and smitten down, like it's Coliseum or something else of that matter. But we're already seeing just how quickly, we'll come up with a name later, even though they're a disadvantage for a good chunk of the start right there, already coming back with a spawns of their own, with a crab tank coming out, sliding the pencil out there, a crucial pick now, and now they're looking, this roller's looking for a way to slowly inch forward. I'm a little worried if I'm Anarchy Stars here, DRF.
Well, they do have two specials at the ready, Booyah Bomb and the Trip Strikes, as they're going to be unleashing them both here, but not able to find a whole lot of value. Pushed back, we'll come with a name later, just a little bit, but they didn't get Still in Love, who's able to counter with two picks of their own. It's going to be Miku trying to make something happen now, able to trade out with Mayhem. The Reef Slide is going to come in as well to secure the zone, make sure that nobody from Will Come With Name Later dives on in. So that's going to be Anarchy Stars back in control, Still in Love, playing very aggressive, maybe just a little too aggressive, and now there's a lot of pink ink in the middle of this map, Neptune.
Yeah, a lot of pink ink right here. The penalty is broken through right now, and Anarchy Stars is looking to set up right here. The first Booyah going to be, I believe, held for just a little bit right here. Just say, come on, do something. And then strikes also get invested as well as this Reef Slider to shut down any momentum right here. But the picks are happening back and forth, allows the lead to be able to swap right here, but they still manage to hold it, DRF.
A big play there by Miku, who was able to space that perfectly. And now it's going to have to come down to Mayhem and Astro trying to paint the zone. It's a 2v2. Both members of both teams diving into mid, trying to make sure that they don't die. And somehow, some way, we'll come with a name later, able to find just the right amount of ink to secure that zone. And once again, tack on a 66-point penalty.
You know you're in desperation mode when the leader gives up the ability to give picks and just starts mashing that ZR button to get as much pain as possible right there. Mayhem working alongside their teammate right there to just keep them in this game is absolutely crucial. And now Astral is set up right here and looking for picks right now. It just comes down to whether or not the shots will land and if they land at the right time here.
It's gonna come down to the wire as this scoreboard continues to tick away. It's gonna be the Reef Slider that comes in to neutralize the zone, but it's not enough to flip it. We'll come with a name later, trying to hold on, painting for their lives. Everybody clashing into the zone now. It's Mayhem in mid, and Anarchy Stars holds on, flips the zone, and retains the lead.
Oh my goodness, this is what scares me if you see a Dread Ringer on zones, because instantly the zone could be potentially flipped or near flipped if it gets invested on that zone, if you let it anywhere near here. And Anarchy Stars managed to play off that chaos to stay in this one here as well. It's just a little bit difficult as each time they try and push through, the penalty slowly seems to get lower and lower here. We do have a Crab Tank online here from Mayhem, who's biding their time right here, trying to stop that Reef Slider from going forward as well. But look at Anarchy Stars. They got 3 specials, no, nearly 4 specials online here, ready to rock and roll.
They're gonna utilize them slowly to move up. The trip strike's a little bit short of the zone, but it's Fem that's able to pop the Reef Slider. And once again, we kind of do a bit of an exchange of zones. 30 seconds to go. Anarchy Stars starting up again. We'll try to work through this penalty, hoping for a knockout before this game ends.
Oh my goodness, you can hope and pray for a knockout all you want, DRF, but you're gonna have to get through some very strong main weapons, particularly with the Booyah Bomb being invested already, as well as the strikes a little early right there. 1-for-1 trades going out right now. It's just the Sticker Stamper and the Pencil alive to potentially cap this zone right here. And if a leader finds a pick right here, that could be the dagger, but take it away, DRF, overtime.
It is overtime, 20 seconds on the penalty, but 3 go down. We'll come with the name later. Anarchy Stars keeps perfection alive in day 2 by taking game number 1.
Yeah, for sure. Just wow. Back and forth, textbook definition. I see a picture of this game hung up on the wall right there on that textbook.
It was such a thrilling game, back and forth all game long. It felt like such a long 5 minutes. And I'm sure for those teams, it felt even longer. As when you hold control of the zone in these types of games, it feels like that penalty ticks away so slowly. And when your opponent suddenly grabs control of the zone, you're like, oh shoot, they're suddenly almost out of the penalty. It goes in the blink of an eye. Time just completely warps in these thrilling back and forth Splat Zones games.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely an investment right there just to be able to hold on to the zone for so long and go into overtime as well. I think both these teams had what they needed to basically knock out, but it always comes down to someone slipping through or crucial picks coming out at just the right time that allowed them to be able to stay through right there. But Anarchy Stars comp right there with the Dread being able to insta-cap zone as well as the strikes, they have ways to just essentially force, we'll come up with a name later, to either overly invest resources near zone or not allow enough, not get enough resources to stop them in time as well. And this is kind of an interesting dynamic here. I wanted to bring this up earlier, but Anarchy Stars has that oh so critical cooler that allows more opportunities and more specials to be clicked at the end of the day, while Will Come With A Name Later has more selfish weapons that are very good at fighting and doing what they do. It's just when one goes down, the whole puzzle starts to fall apart there, DRF.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point that, Anarchy Stars, I feel like that they had a lot better of a composition of specials that allowed for a great balance of re-entry and aggression, whereas Will Come With A Name Later, it was definitely a much more slower paced set of specials, especially because, you have things like the Wave Breaker, that are a little bit more passive in nature. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic to analyze here. And I think, one that really can attribute to Anarchy Star's success thus far, because they're matching their pace with the specials that they are bringing out. And that's so crucial to being successful in an environment such as low ink.
Yeah, for sure. It's very crucial as well. And something else I'll add on to your comment right there is, yeah, they have slower paced specials as well, but the weapons that are attached to those specials often charge them a lot slower. S-Blast is 210p. The V-Roller, I believe, is like 190, but it's attached to a roller. The leader has a 210 Wave Breaker as well, I believe. I could be getting these numbers here wrong. But my point is, those weapons are not good at painting in general here. It mainly just comes down to the splash, and if the splash clicks their special, well, who's painting for them, DRF? And I think paint is going to be so important here coming up on Clamblitz Crab Leg Capital.
Oh, good old Clamblitz on Crab Leg. This is really a fun map mode combo that sometimes you just need to rely on a little bit of luck of the draw, because there is those clams that can spawn literally right underneath the basket, and sometimes that can push a dying push over the edge and suddenly turn it into a knockout. So that's going to be something to look out for here as we dive on into this one. Not too many adjustments here from either team, as they are both particularly liking what they have been running so far.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot of situations where both these teams are going to be able to get one leg up over another here, but it looks like it's going to be Will Come Up With A Name Later here, as, oh, I feel it, the leader and Crab Leg having so much dominant range control and being able to do what they need to do. It's going to be something that's going to be set up here and going to be a nuisance to deal with here.
Yes, as these teams continue to clash, Miku finds a path to the basket. Some fantastic passing of the clams around, and Miku, the last member alive. So this will be a one and done push, and Will Come With A Name Later already underneath the basket of Anarchy Stars, trying to make a play, but no! It looks like that the power clam got shut down before anything could happen. A huge stop there by the Anarchy Stars, even though right now we're just playing power clams. I mean, we're just throwing one power clam for another. There doesn't really seem to be much follow-up for either team, but I think that's really much more of a testament to how strong these two teams are playing defense at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. Defense is really strong right here, and I think it comes down to just a lot of paint control from Anarchy Stars in particular. That roller is really struggling to move around the map right now, and they kind of have to rely on their leader to get the picks done as well. That S-Blast is also a bit struggling here as well, and this is just a very difficult way to... You can get the picks here, but can you get the map control?
Yes, that is such a good statement there. It's really just all the oh so important map control that is going to, I think, be the breakthrough for one of these teams, because yes, we've seen one score so far, but was it really a push? It was Miku just slipping through the cracks and able to score, and I think both teams have kind of been trying to rely on that thus far. This is the first time that I think we're kind of just seeing the four players meet at a dedicated battle line, and now it seems like it's just both teams trying to get some chip damage on each other, look for a breakthrough here with the Reef slider, and there we go. Now we're gonna see a push, but it once again might be one and done. It looked like that push had so much potential, Neptune, but once again, just one power clam.
Yeah, for sure. It had so much potential, starting with the picks off there with the Reef slider as well, but it seems like the other members of Will Come Back With A Name Later just recognize, hey, they're going to Reef slide, even though they'll get some picks. We're going to punish that accordingly, and we're going to move up slowly but surely. We do have 2 power clans online right now, but again, it's going to make it a little bit clunky to move around, as now it's going to be a bit difficult to move up when the enemy knows where you are right here. Crab Take gets invested on the high ground right here, looking for a pick. Miku gonna jump out right there, not gonna give them a chance at all. But now 2 members down, a Reef Slider from the heavens to stop his power clan from coming through. Desperation is being seen on both teams, and now it's gonna be, we'll come up with the name later, scoring big with 36 remaining.
Yeah, and Morrow had gotten the bubble there, which it seemed like the power clans were a little bit slow to follow, but maybe that's exactly what they needed, because so far these pushes have been very frame one, dive in, and no matter what happens, just throw everything we have at them. And it was surprisingly now the slower approach, despite getting someone in base, in position, that actually allowed We'll Come With a Name Later to get that sustained push. And a nice, lengthy pick there from the Stamper. Now we're under a minute to play Neptune, and all mayhem has broken loose once again in mid. Anarchy Stars trying to make something happen.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely see the desperation coming out, especially as the time is ticking down. Only roughly 30 seconds to work with here. We see the strikes come out here as well. I see the Reef Slider going to be coming up online as well. And when push up through, I think this Reef Slider is going to try and get behind and get some attention. A quick jump out here. That was a delusion here, a distraction. But the roller going to shut down the ball already here. It seems like every time specials get invested right there, just we'll come up with a name later, just finds the way forward and just remains calm and stays, how do I say it, crucial to their base protection.
Overtime shall kick in here. Miku slips right by somebody, but 2 of their teammates go down. They're not going to be able to get a push off. And Anarchy Stars on the back foot. Half of overtime down. They need to start moving up quickly if they want to get a score off. And someone's just going to have to dive this one now. Not going to be able to do so. Stamper gets called out. The pen just runs it down mid. And this is it. Anarchy Stars finally going to drop a game for the first time today.
Yeah, for sure. Their first game lost for day 2, and as well as, how do I say it? Just a name on their board being matched by, unironically, the team that is going to come up with the name later, DRF.
Oh man, there's so many names that will come with the name later. I really hope that Low Ink lets them change their name for when it gets posted on the Hall of Fame, because there's come on, y'all have done so good today. There's so many different opportunities that you could, come up with names for now. You just stopped the perfect tournament so far from Anarchy Stars, or at least the perfect day 2, I should say. So please come up with a name, something.
Oh my goodness, you know what? I'm gonna cut them some slack right here. Maybe they didn't think they'd get this far, but also they're seed number 6 as well. And maybe if they do get a name to change later on or allowed that would be something that can circumvent it. But it'd be also really funny. It's like, oh hey, I won Low Ink. Wait, what team did you win it with? I won with, we'll come up with a name later. And that would just raise like several eyebrows and just cause some people in the room to just have a certain reaction. Imagine having that conversation at like Riptide or something here.
Yeah, and no one's gonna know what the heck you're talking about. That's the crazy. I think that's the thing that also drives Popgun crazy. Is like, it's we talk about pickup culture and team culture all the time and whatever. There's always a healthy mix of the two. But please come up with a name. No one's gonna remember this. Y'all are doing fantastic in top 3. Oh, but nonetheless, that's my rant aside on naming your team something that we will remember it as. Anarchy Stars gonna be taking us over to Rainmaker Humpback for their counter pick. And again, another tried and true classic counter pick. Something that Anarchy Stars seems to, be very confident with as just a potential reset button.
Yeah, for sure. This is essentially now a best of 3 if you really look at it, but it's a best of 3 with the knowledge of what the enemy team has already showed you. right? We'll go with the name later, has literally been sticking with the weapons that they've been sticking with for the last few games that we've seen them on stream. Anarchy Stars seems to be doing the same thing as well. Booyah Sword has been very strong as well and been able to get some crucial picks as well as allow momentum right there. Something that I think makes Booyah Bomb such a strong special. I talk about this all the time in CCA staff chat, and I'm so sorry you get to hear this again, but it's kind of a Swiss Army knife of a special right there. It can stop pushes, it can start pushes, as well as extend pushes as well. So you got a lot of opportunities to work with your DRF.
No, and I fully agree because it's a zoning tool. That's what it is at the end of the day. And, you know, it does all those things well because it is a zoning tool. You know, it is able to push people around. That's the important part. It takes up space. And you want to utilize it in a way that it takes up space where you intend to go, where you intend to make your push. So I agree. I think that, you know, that's something to always continue to watch out for. It you know, severely, and is it underrated? You know, give or take that. But yeah, I feel like it's under discussed the way that Booyah Bomb is so diverse in its utilization.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very diverse Swiss Army knife, as I like to call it there. But, oh, a Zekofin coming out here instead. I actually really
Yeah, I was going to say, throw out all the talking points that we just had about the Booyah Bomb and glazing it.
Okay, let's start with Zekofin. Zekofin on Humpback has been proven time and time again to be usually picked on splat zones for Humpback here, but seeing it on Rainmaker is definitely very interesting as most teams opt for the back charger instead. So strikes are going to be something crucial here that the team can work with, already getting this first checkpoint. And is that a gal I see on? We'll come up with the name later.
It certainly is the Vanilla 52 there. Another, you know, weapon that I'm surprised we haven't seen more of recently, especially given how it's been played in recent tournaments and events. The way that it just is so quick to splat your opponents. So that's going to be something to watch out for as well, because the 52 gal is one that you do not want to let get any free reign of the map.
Yeah, for sure. And this essentially becomes a double wall comp essentially for Zekofin here as well. But we also got to talk about this decab right here, putting in the work, getting so many different picks. Zuki consistently putting out the pressure, the paint, and the bubble to allow their team to move forward right now. I'm going to try and make a breakaway with the Rainmaker, but it's not going to be enough, but it's positioned in a way that favors Anarchy Stars here.
And they are not going to be able to get that checkpoint, and it looked like someone might have been trying to make a move for it there, but not going to be able to find it. So we'll come with a name later, picks up the Rainmaker, going to be taking it back to the opposite elbow, turning the corner now, adding points to the board, all the way down to 36 points remaining, still in love. Getting cornered here, having to run for their lives away from the Rainmaker, somehow still alive, somehow finds the pick, finally gonna go down, but that was a massive distraction that pulled 3 numbers away, and Moro's gonna be able to sneak in and grab the Rainmaker. That is exactly why you do not let the 52 get away like that.
Oh my goodness, the 52 can get away with so much in so little time, and it's been a crucial player in allowing, we'll come back to the name later right here, this switch off S-Blast to a gun that I believe is running opening gambit here as well. They are confident in their abilities to just run it down, cause some chaos, get some picks, get some points here for their Rainmaker as well, but oh my goodness dear, it just seems like Anarchy Stars is struggling to find a way forward here.
It certainly seems like it, as now Mayhem with the Rainmaker trying to dance around. Did the roller just get a triple?
Yeah, I think that's what happened right there. 1 swing, 3 go down, and a claustrophobic area of the Humpback is going to be allowing Roller to make plays like that here as well, and that's going to be another dagger stalling more time, and just Anarchy Stars just can't play the objective when there's so many critical guns to keep over and watching over the area.
That is absolutely absurd. We'll come with a name later. They're just gonna hang out right here by the checkpoint. finally they get the stagger. They're going to start moving up. The decaf able to find one. The pen able to find the Rainmaker. But Morrow continues to go on a tear here. Able to find one. Gets the assist on the other. Now they just need to pop the Rainmaker. The bubble does expire though. But it's still more points on the board for Will Come With a Name Later. And they are not done yet, Neptune.
They aren't done yet. Mayhem's looking for a strike right here, but does manage to win it out right here. Gonna get cleaned up right here, but the Rainmaker is all the way in Anarchy Stars base, and they haven't even cleared the first checkpoint yet. There's gonna be a large mountain to climb, and it's gonna be done in this last minute, make or break. We'll see what happens.
1 minute to go, and Anarchy Stars finally finds their way back in the mid. Morrow trading out again. And I thought they were going to be able to get more, given how cluttered everybody kind of got on that elbow.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm watching an episode of Scooby-Doo and like hearing the villain say, I wouldn't have gotten away with it for you rotten kids right there, but it's continuously this roller getting away with highway robbery, getting so much value in picks right here. Sharking once again.
I'll
right?
do it.
No.
I'll do it. I'll do it to them. Oh. Okay, they had to peek a little bit early, but they still find the pen. This Rainmaker is on its way, but I think they're stuck on the elbow right now. They're just gonna hold. Oh, okay, there we go. That's what's happening. They decided to throw it into pit. They do not need to push this one anymore. Go ahead and just unleash everybody else on the opposition. But the Reef Slider comes in to extend the game just a little bit. Oh, but there's the wipeout.
Reef Slider doing what it does best in extending games, but it just wasn't enough time or resources. The pit is an absolute death sentence when you get a position there, and there's not much you can do. Just look at how much map control Will Come Up With a Name Later has done as well. The weapon swaps, the positioning, the running away with so much of the value you got and staying alive on a coolerless comp nonetheless is exactly how you should be playing that map right there. And I hate to use this word to steal your thunder here, Dira, but masterclass? Question mark?
It certainly felt like it in the back half of that game because the two teams went back and forth early on, but Will Come With a Name Later always had the advantage and they just built on it, especially approaching the halfway mark of that game where they just managed to utilize those specials to create inlets for them to, sneak into that final stretch right around the elbow and really just, again, start causing enough chaos that Will Come With the Name Later, the Anarchy Stars just wasn't able to respond to. Every single time they tried to make a push back in, they had to have their attention drawn away to something else that they had to deal with. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a knockout. So Anarchy Stars was always in a state of stopping the bleeding, and they managed to do so time and time again, but there's only so much flex tape that they could have utilized there.
Oh my goodness, do not use the word flex tape while there's CCA members in this room. We know all too well about using flex tape to make things work.
Shout out to my boy Kyon, or the commentator flex tape, as we call him in the CCA.
Oh my goodness. Shout out to Kyon as well. You are our flex tape right now, somehow holding us together. I don't know how or why, but I feel like we should make merch off that opportunity as well.
True!
You know what?
Make the Kyon flex tape happen. Kyon, you're in chat. I don't know if you are today, but we need the Kyon flex tape merch.
Oh my goodness. Flex tape aside, we do have our next map mode coming out here. Anarchy Stars choosing to go for Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime here. So I can actually see the Gal persisting, actually, because this is one of the best Gal maps in my opinion, because you're just able to go down one of the lanes and quickly just not lock it out and just force the team to draw so much attention while you're on the Gal there. I think this is going to be very difficult to see whether they keep the Gal or the S-Blast DRF.
I mean, is there a bad map mode for a Gal to exist?
Eeltown.
You know what? I guess. Sure. But
okay, Melon would say otherwise, but sure.
The 52 can really thrive anywhere, but I do agree that those sneaky parts on the sides of the map is where it thrives, and it can be really difficult to gain control when going up against the 52 in those, you know, slivers of the map. So I'm going to be curious as well to see if that 52 does stick around, but let's go ahead and jump on in Neptune and take a look at the comps. I'm already immediately seeing some signature choices come back out.
Signature choices indeed here. Just tried and true. The Gal is going to be sticking here along with the Zeko Fin here. Now, I think this is actually the right call here because leader can feel a little bit too slow. So speeding that up here with the Splat Charger is going to be pretty crucial as well. Both these teams are going to just be feeling each other in neutral, but what a beautiful pick from the bucket, shutting down that crab and getting this cooler. This is the time to go, 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 DRF.
Yeah, what a fantastic read there by Miku to start off this game. It's still a stalemate in mid, as now it's going to be, we'll come with the name later, that finally gets the slight numbers advantage, slowly going to start moving up, and especially with this crab in tow, they're going to be able to start moving up as well. Astral, with 7 clams to their name, was hoping for their Gal to be able to stay alive long enough for them to jump on in and get the first push off, but no. Now 2 members of their own going down. They're going to have to retreat for now. They see the, I believe that's the sticker stamper on that left sneaky, and they're going to go ahead and push them around. But now Astral all the way back, the Reef Slider diving in, and somehow they went down to it?
Geometry, Splatoon 3. This game is very consistent. Okay.
Yeah, nonetheless, they did get the push off, so Anarchy Stars, the first ones on the board, but yeah, it's a one and done push for now.
One and done push for now. I'm going to quote my friend Rochen here and say, no lead is safe. That's just the start right here. We got 3 minutes left on the clock right now. Plenty of time for these teams to build up their specials and find a way forward right now. And I think the way that we'll come with a name later is struggling so much is just basically just the amount of chaos they have to deal with. They're a comp that thrives mostly off some stability as well as allowing their main weapons to make very strong individual plays, but right now that's just being straight up denied DRF.
Anarchy Stars, though, with the 3 down, but they do have to deal with Moro, who's holding the front line. They do that, plus get the score in. So it's another power clam for Anarchy Stars, but do they have the follow-up? It looks like they're going to go ahead and concede this basket for now, but they're going to hold position strong in mid. I mean, just look at how much orange paint there is. Crab coming out now for will come with a name later, and they're able to find one. The Whales allowing will come with a name later to continue to push on in, but there's just so much orange ink for them to deal with, and finally it looks like we're back to a stalemate once again, Neptune.
Stalemate once again, but I don't think this will stick around for long as 2 members of Anarchy Star get called out, and they're not cooler here, DRF. This is an opportunity to set up your bubble and just run away with the clams and get the lead here as well. A oh so crucial pick. A roller gets another one here, and we have a crab tank on top to create even more chaos. There is no cooler. There is no clams here in Bossing Say, as they just keep going here, DRF.
Yeah, and it looks like the clam spawns finally ran out for them. There was actually quite a bit in mid. I could see about 12 clams in mid, but they were really focused on trying to hold the front lines, and the folks that were coming back from spawn weren't able to get there in time. But nonetheless, 36 points remaining, a good spot to be in at this stage of the game, because now it's going to take at least a couple power clams for Anarchy Stars to respond, and with only about 80 seconds to do so, that's not a whole lot of time for them to get a series of pushes off. They're going to have to really find one good push and maybe an overtime push if that's needed as well.
And it all starts with that Reef Slider and 2 members going down right here. And this is the opportunity that I think Anarchy Stars can really play with right here. They got the crab out. It's just strikes really left out from them here as well. But it seems like they're managing to hold their line really well right now. And Anarchy Stars, even though they're getting the picks in this space, are struggling to find the picks necessary to secure themselves a push right here.
couple specials gonna be online for both teams. This should be a big team fight coming in here. It's gonna be kicked off by the Whales. The Whales not able to find anything there, but it's gonna be 2 down on the side of Will Come with a name later. 30 seconds to play. Zuki able to pass that power clam over to their teammates. They're gonna be looking for an entry here. All 4 members of Anarchy Stars up and able to dive this basket, but no, 2 of them get shut down. The third's gonna go down as well. Zuki's gonna have to throw this 3-up up straight down. Not able to find anything. That's a delayed wipe, and that's gonna be disaster for Anarchy Stars. We'll come with a name later. On the cusp here of winning this game, winning this set, and now they're searching for these final picks to completely shut out Anarchy Stars and book their ticket to Grands. The bubble plus the curling bomb, trying to set up a jump, able to find the power clam, doing just that, and this one should be done. That's a wipeout, Neptune.
Oh my goodness, just playing that last minute right there was just absolutely crucial. We'll come up with the name later. Let Anarchy Stars click their specials. They walked back a little bit forward and just being able to punish them accordingly and get a wipeout in the last second right there and score and just to nail their ticket and 2 grand finals on winner's side right there. It felt like this game mimicked Crab Leg Clam Blitz in quite a ways, where Anarchy Stars were always very focused on holding the space that they held, and instead of that, we'll come up with the name later, looking for explosive pushes and opportunities to extend their advantage state as much as possible to just get ginormous leads that Anarchy Stars just simply did not have the time to respond to, DRF.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a couple of good opportunities there, but they just really couldn't stay alive long enough. We saw that there was so many specials about to be ready, but I think Welcome with Name Later did a fantastic job of kind of just hitting the go button with the limited resources that they had to just try to shut that down completely. They were in the right space, the right place at the right time to shut that one down, and kudos to them for that. I mean, that was very, very well done. That was their win condition, because Anarchy Stars had the specials to make something happen, but they managed to completely turn it back on its head, shut that one down, and now they're in grand finals of Low Ink.
Yeah, for sure. Just staying calm and collective during a lot of these sets, as well as just putting so much pressure on their opponents right now. We're going to be taking a look at the losers side of bracket right now, thanks to our lovely producer. Shout out to them. They're sitting around here and going to be here for the remainder of Low Ink here to be able to bring this you by. Shout out to you, Sam. But we already see 2 CCA teams are looking to see if they can make it to semifinals. We have Reef Runners on the top end, already down 1-0 to I'm Cold, and RIT Orange Ocean 1-1 with XName here, DRF.
Yes, I mean, bias aside, I'm rooting for these guys, but these seem to be some very competitive sets. But the one thing that I think is gonna be interesting is if XName comes through here, we're gonna have let's say they complete the losers run. Having XName versus we'll come up with a name later, I think would be peak comedy for a Low Ink finals, just on team names alone. So I may be rooting for them as well. I'll be okay if they take out RIT Orange Ocean if they make it to Grands.
Yeah, for sure. I can go either way right here. Obviously, putting our CCA bias aside, this is an IPL stream after all. I believe we do need to give... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was like, hey, they partnered with us for split 1 of the circuit. So they signed up for the CCA partnership.
The CCA partnership comes with its clauses. I don't think there were any contracts attached with this comm block inside here, but regardless, all of that right here, I believe we do need to give a shout out for IPL's latest event coming up, which is going to be Super Jump 7, I believe, happening on December 6th and 7th here. You can sign up on startgg/superjump right here. Every team makes a bracket at the end of the day, and it's often where top level players come up to show up and have an opportunity to fight them as well. So I do think this is a great event to participate in if you're looking to do that and potentially punch your ticket in a particular bracket. A lot of fun on Splatoon to be had here. Gotta give a shout out to IPL.
Of course. So please tune in to Super Jump that first weekend of December. It should be a lot of fun. But Neptune, that is it for us on this one. But, you know, while the CCA block may be over, Nito is going to be up next with Pop Gun to bring you home on this wonderful low ink day. So, I mean, Neptune, let's go ahead and wrap this one up, my friend. Where can the folks find you?
You can find me over in CCA, losing my mind on production. I think I've produced a stream every Sunday except this
Yes,
weekend,
you
so-
have.
Yay. Pat. That was me patting myself there, if you were wondering. I just had the sound effects there so you can tell. Okay, find me over on CCA working production or as a player for Big Bet Sea Cows. I've been around here. I'm chilling. I'm on Blue Sky at Neptune-TV as well. I don't post often, but another way you can see me in person is at Anarchy Nova, happening next Saturday as well. I'll be playing there, and you'll see the other members of Sea Cows there as well. We have new stickers to be handing out here as well. So the team brand is going to be strong, and we're going to be chilling it up in Washington, D.C. DRF, where can the fine people find you?
DRF-Splatoon on Blue Sky, trying DRF on Twitch, but per usual, you can find me over at the CCA covering all things collegiate Splatoon. Thank you all so much for watching with us so far. Nito and Popgun will be bringing you home right on the other side of this break.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink November 2025. I am Popgun, joined by Nito, and we got a Nito kind of set coming up for you guys. It's XName against your favorite team. I'm old with a... is this a programming joke? I don't get what the C thing is.
No, you see, what this is a it's a joke on copyright law. So this is actually, it's what it's supposed to do is to satirize the state of copyright laws nowadays. They're trying to get a copyright on the word old.
Are you
That's why
being
see-
serious right now?
No, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I was willing to believe you for a bit because there's always some weird trend in this tournament that I am not aware of. We've learned about industry plants a couple of months ago, and there has to be something to other than just I'm cold, old. But
To be fair, there does seem to be like a lack of names.
I think it's likely some sort of thing. Might just be I'm cold, says one of our hardworking producers behind the stream. There's more to it than that. And I can prove it because they're not just cold, they are red hot right now. They are in losers semifinals. The only team to beat I'm cold is we'll come up with a team name later, which I hope they don't win because that name sucks. And would look horrible in the Hall of Fame. Other than that, I'm Cold has been running through things. Actually, XName also lost to that same exact team and has been, I don't want to say steamrolling, but they've been 2-1-ing everyone else along the way.
Yeah, so it's been a little rocky for them. You go against Glitter Burst in round 3 of losers bracket. You go up against RIT Orange Ocean in round 4 of losers bracket, which the previous commentating block will tell you all about. Hey, it's CCA, it's great to see, but unfortunately, RIT and Reef are both out, so we've got I'm Cold and XName waiting for us on the other side on this side of the break. And one thing I saw from I'm Cold's match against, we'll come up with a name later, the one that was on the previous block as well, that 3-1 score, like many scores in Splatoon, they'll tell you the full story.
Someone in chat is saying they don't know Deltarune. Do you know Deltarune, Nito?
I don't know anyone named Deltarune. I do know the game, and I haven't played past chapter 1, so yeah, you're right, Chad. I don't know Deltarune. I don't know Ball.
Well, I doubt they know Deltarune either, so it's probably not related to that at all. The I'm Cold reference. Splat Zone's at Hagglefish Market. By the way, this is a best of 3, not the best of 5 you've been used to seeing the last couple of matches. Not sets, matches is officially the correct term we're going to be rolling with today. And this is at a map, by the way. This is a stage. Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market, the stage. Game 1 to be rolling around here. A critical 4th place game that we're seeing here. Going out from both teams. There's one pencil on one side. The other team forgot to bring their pencil. Instead, they were bringing the heavy edit.
It's basically a pencil, except you've got to carry this big thing around instead of just putting it over your shoulder. So, you know what? We're going round it up to a pencil nonetheless. But this is a similar comp that we saw from I'm Cold earlier in this stream. XName, of course, we didn't see them on stream, but we are seeing them now. What we're seeing right now is already one pick off the board for them. XName coming in with a fairly conventional comp. You still have the 2 shooters, you have a custom blaster, and you have a Kraken that has already taken out 2 players from XName.
I like how Mocha's using the splatter shot that when it first came out, everyone was saying it was going to be broken. We're going to be seeing Rainmaker use double of those things. And now you hardly see it used at all, but Mocha's been using it so far on stream today. Even in this the previous match that they lost, they were looking pretty effective with it. It can spam a lot of Krakens. But on a map like this, you can chase the enemy team out of their side of the map and force them away from zone with it. This is a really good Kraken map, and that's going to be what I'm Cold is looking to do right there.
And they're doing it fairly well now. Mocha getting lots of attention from XName, and no one able to take down Mocha just yet, but I'm Cold still holding on to control of the zone. Not for long, though. They do hold on to the lead, at least. Sky here going into a fight with Mocha on the right side of the map. There is their right side. Mocha wins that one. Saturn looking to get some action for themselves. They have the splashdown ready. They have a custom blaster ready, which they should always have that ready anyway. But they have one pick on the board. It will be 2. Yes, it will. There's 3 players down, and now XName has a lead.
They got a lead. Are they going to hold on to it, though? It looks like Saturn is pushed up pretty far. He's got a splashdown ready to go. I don't really see I'm Cold finding a way to get into this one immediately. They need to take their time. Don't agree with throwing those ink strikes out. Just that throwing a lot of specials at the zone, but they're all falling short. However, they are able to get a couple of splats on top of that. That was the key thing. I was curious if they were going to hold on to those specials, try to attack the backside of the zone, but it looks like it created just enough of a distraction for them to get the splats they needed to get right back into control of things. So I'm Cold is still sticking around at least a little bit longer.
And one thing I want to see from I'm Cold here is how fast they're able to set up after these huge advantages they get. And it looks like they're actually setting up pretty well thanks to Mocha. 2 picks coming in from Mocha on their side and some lag as well. May as well try to paint that area. It's very difficult to paint the zone. When
Wait, go back to Mocha. Go back to Mocha. We got to check.
We can't go back to Mocha. They're dead.
Why did we leave Mocha? They were having a crisis, and in their moment of need, our stream operator Sam said, nah. Maybe it was just to give them a little privacy, which I understand. But in case you are wondering, no, we're not getting a replay now. Both teams have gotten past the 50-point mark, and it is past the 250, implies, well, 230 time mark, and plus both teams are still playing it out. So XName has the lead and the permanent player advantage. Pretty good, high win percentage chance in this situation here.
But luckily, this is where champions are made. So if I'm Cold wants to make something happen, well, now's the time, and so is the next 1 minute and 40 seconds. This is a good start, at least. He gets a few picks, but then the rest of your team goes down. And next thing you know, you're only 1 player up, and, well, that's a delayed wipe for you. And XName is looking fairly comfortable here, like a nice warm blanket on a cold winter day.
No, you said hot. A nice warm blanket on a hot
Well, I'm
winter
from
day.
Texas. I've seen Christmases go up to like 80 degrees.
Okay. Wait, have you seen snow on Christmas? Have you seen snow, period? In your life?
Is it that white stuff that's on the ground?
Yes.
I think so. But only
Okay.
when I moved up north.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, hopefully Mocha is doing all right. They seemed a little distressed right there before they vacated the premises, and we'll see if they can get back into the lobby. The good news for I'm Cold is that that was not a DC replay they had to burn, so if they had another awkward DC in this next game, they can still get the replay if it meets certain parameters. The bad news is they lost that game. Now, somebody's going to say, well, if they didn't DC, they probably could have won. Yeah, technically, they could have. But XName was playing better up to that point, so it's not like XName kind of like stole the win there. XName was kind of on course to get the dub. But step 1, as always in these kind of DC situations, is Mocha all right? And then after that is step 2, which is are they playing? This is such an L, says Mocha.
I would agree, yeah. I mean, oh, that's where the Delta is from.
I'm Gold? I'm
So
okay. Okay, so you explain it. You explain it.
Okay, so there's like, okay. This
Well,
is
better
going-
yet, can we put this up on stream rather
Thank
than
you.
us just describe it, and then Nito can like explain what we're looking at.
Yeah, so resident explainer here. I'm ready to explain whenever we got this ready. But there's this crocodile-looking fella. He's kind of dressed like Columbo from the hit detective series. The crocodile fella says, "Hey, look, I'm old, and there's 2 options here. Chris can either say it's okay to be old, or good, stay old." Which, I mean, I don't know what your stance is on old, but eventually the crocodile fella turns out gold.
Well, I think if you have a pink scar on your head, okay, this is a crocodile we're looking at.
I think it is.
That looks like a pirate kind of. I think
pirate crocodile.
That's like an eye patch kind of thing going on right there. Okay, so if that's, yes, and some teeth are missing. So yes, I would consider that person to be old. And what's really, it's not up to us to decide. It's up
Sure.
to that person to decide, like if they're old or not. It's, that's not our place to judge.
That's right.
So this is a meme that we were supposed to know, is what I'm getting.
One of us is supposed to be old.
Oh, it's okay to be old. Good, stay old.
Pick your poison here.
I think it's okay
to
to be old.
Yes,
It's
there we
okay
go.
to be old.
Lovely.
and you know you have no choice. We haven't figured out how to like Benjamin Button ourselves, so it's not like we can just go in reverse. So you have to stay old. I'm gold. Yeah, there we go.
right.
Thank you.
That's right.
You know who else is gold? Mocha's Internet, who should be back up and running, I'm assuming, and we can get right back into, but we're also going to need a counterpick. It looks like it's going to be Rainmaker at Humpback Pump Track. And keep in mind, this is a best of 3, not a first to 3, mind you. We do get that sometimes. How come it's not first to? Or like first to 2? Because you use that terminology in games where you can tie, and it's not like set what the maximum number of games in a match could be. In Splatoon, there's only one scenario where you can end in a tie, and that's a clam blitz, and there's like built-in kind of parameters to where like they can break the tie. I think it's whoever makes the most power clams. But yeah, so there's a best of 3 because 3 is the maximum number of games you could possibly play as we continue to stall for time.
As the greatest hip-hop group once said, 3 is the magic number. Yes, it is. It is the magic number. But the good news is that we have at least one more match to go. Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, which is a fairly good, fairly optimal amount of curves and bumps on the road. But I love Humpback Pump Track. I do believe it. I'd like to say it's one of the good Rainmaker maps, which I mean, I don't know. Good is obviously subjective, such as old.
Well, so is being old is subjective.
Exactly. Yes.
So
I could be old.
and being cold, I guess, is subjective as well. Or gold.
Yeah, gold. I don't know. I think gold is fairly objective.
There are no good Rainmaker maps. Well, okay. You might be onto something right there. Could be.
The best Rainmaker map to me is Rust from Modern Warfare 2.
Oh, gosh. By the way, how you doing today, Nito? As we continue, I'm just operating under the assumption that Mocha is coming back into this one, and that we're still good going into game 2.
I think Mocha will be fine. And you know what? I want to throw in a little tidbit for the EU fan base watching this from home. 80 degrees Fahrenheit for Christmas Day. It's 26.6 repeating degrees Celsius. So if you want an idea for the Celsius fan base, there you go. But otherwise, I'm doing great. I woke up at 9 a.m. 9 p.m. would be unbearable, or impossible. But there was a cat on my lap earlier. That's the best feeling you can have.
Can you let us know what 9 p.m. is for the EU audience? Because if they don't know what the Fahrenheit is, that your 9 p.m. isn't going to resonate with them at all either. Actually, hold that thought. We have a game, and we got a Mocha.
Oh, thank God.
As well. And we do not have the Kraken splatter shot. Instead, it's the Kraken roller, which makes sense why they wanted to go to Humpback now. They wanted to use roller on the roller playground of Humpback. Wiper is going to be countered by XName.
And again, a similar comp to what we've seen from I'm Cold earlier, XName. I'm liking what I'm seeing there. You keep most of what you had earlier. You'll probably see Want the Crab. And I like how they're already working with that crab. They got that crab within 20 seconds, which, by the way, I don't really see it that often, but hey, good on you. But here comes Mocha from the side, just going to forget everything I've said so far because he's going to get wiped.
XName clears the checkpoint, though. And they get a smidgen past it, which on this map isn't really that big of a deal because I'm Cold is going to clear this checkpoint as well. Less than a minute, both checkpoints are off the board, but the problem is I'm Cold is in a great situation to get the home run set. Right now, the tent is deployed right in front of the Rainmaker, gets the 21 remaining. That's a pretty good score on a map like this. It's not a winnable one just because it's so easy to hit that home run that you need, but fireworks in the first minute for both of you.
That's what I like about this map too, is that there's so much volatility here because of all the routes that you have at your disposal. That's why we saw a 53-point push in the first few seconds of the match. That's why you saw I'm Cold make their way to 21 remaining in the first minute. And you're gonna see, I get the feeling you're gonna see more of that. And you're gonna see some more roller gameplay here because rollers have been really good on stream today.
Well, because we keep picking roller maps that are really good. We've seen Mako Mart, we've seen Humpback a lot, and teams are going up against roller players and thinking, well, let's just pick a map that they won't like. By the way, XName using the very rare left turn, just kind of going for it. Is it going to be enough to get the lead? I just juked out the edit player. It's not going to be enough for the lead. And that's kind of the problem with going that way, a solo push that way, is when the other team has 21 remaining, it's going to be, you have to really stall to make that kind of a flank with the Rainmaker work. But I like the idea, realizing I'm cold to overcommitted to the opposite side of the map. Let's see if we can get something, and almost had something going there as far as getting the lead.
The art of misdirection is so good in this game, especially when you've got a map as wide and as vast as Humpback Pump Track. But as I say that, there seems to be a lull in the action here, although we do see Sax on the right side with that Tenatech trying to get something going against Chamomile here, but it's not going to happen until now, which it does happen, which wouldn't prove me wrong there, but XName's already down 2 players. Bree is going to go ahead and make a run for it themselves. How far can they go? We're going to find out as Sax tries to hide for some more points there, but eventually that push gets stopped.
I like how Sax realized, I don't need to chase that Rainmaker. Somebody else is going to get it. I'm going to hold mid so that when they stop the Rainmaker, I can start pushing up and we can already have the path ready to go for the rest of our team. That is trusting your team and working as a unit to make something happen. There comes the Ink Vac trying to shut down and push before it can get going on the side of I'm Cold, but now 2 players are going down. XName has an opportunity here, but they got to get rid of that pesky tent first.
Yeah, and especially when that 10 is right in the middle of everybody else and you nearly get the lead. Oh, goodness, you're at 22 remaining, but you need more than 22. In fact, you need more than 21 to get the lead there, but oh my gosh, XName barely getting themselves through. They juked past a tent player, which good on you, but you also need to get the lead as well.
Now XName with another opportunity and 2 more players going down for I'm Cold. But the one player who hasn't been getting splatted during all of this has been the tent player. They're being harassed right now and they're forced to pop their ink back. This is the same player who flanked left with the Rainmaker last time. You see him kind of looking that way in mid. I wonder if that's just kind of the draw off I'm Cold and make him think about defending the entire side, not just holding down this choke point. And they still don't get the lead off of this. This tent player holding down things. They do pop the Rainmaker one more time. Finally find a way to get the lead. 45 seconds left to go.
And I think it was the end of the zip line there that just barely got them to the lead there. But either way, 18 remaining. That's going to be enough to hold the lead on for now. I'm Cold has quite the ways to go, but it's going to be even longer when you have someone like Sax stopping 2 of your players. Another one goes down for I'm Cold. XName will have control of the Rainmaker here with 25 seconds to go. I'm Cold has a lot to work towards.
And XName just has to find a way to grab that Rainmaker and back up. That's all they got to do. And that's what they are opting to do, and at least take it to this left side here. Now, just don't get splatted with it. The last thing you want to do is give I'm Cold another opportunity. As much of a mountain they have to climb, why not just back up and take the free win instead? An unnecessary overtime. Let's see if I'm Cold can punish him for that.
And I'm Cold has just a few seconds to go for actually quite a bit of time here. They're going to wait and see what kind of opportunity they get here, but they're going to have to watch out for this Platana coming out from the side here. There's going to be a splash pad coming out as well from Saturn. Saturn looking very good here, but goes down eventually. Sax looking all the way to the side here, has to go back up because there's a clear route. Is there a clear route? No, there's not. The roadblock here is the Tri-Strikes, and XName is the winner of Losers Bracket semifinals.
The Rainmaker carrier was just a little bit too hesitant because the path was slowly opening up into I'm Cold's favor. Luckily for XName, those Tri-Strikes came out at just the perfect time and just kind of the perfect path to where the Rainmaker either had to completely back all the way up, buying enough time for XName's teammates to spawn back in, or just funnel in and get blasted by the perfect line that they were thrown there. But again, XName, I'll give them credit. They didn't want to win Rainmaker by just stalling out the last 10 seconds. They graciously picked up the Rainmaker and gave it to I'm Cold and said, we want to give you guys one more opportunity to pull something out. Maybe that's their way of saying, it sucks that you guys DC'd in game 1, so we're going to give you like a homie stock here in this Rainmaker game. We'll go with that. And I think that's honorable. Hats off to them.
That is a far more gracious way to put it than whatever I might have been able to come up with talking and rambling and seeing what else I can talk about. But ultimately, XName is going to be moving on to losers bracket finals, so they will be meeting Anarchy Stars, a team that we saw just a while ago. I'm cold, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of their weekend, but the winner of this is going to be facing the team that has yet to come up with a name, even though they have about an hour or two left to do so. But it all comes down to this. This is the one. We got to focus on the present. Let's just focus on this match then.
Anarchy Stars was 6-0, the only 6-0 team yesterday. That doesn't mean they were undefeated in games, but they were undefeated as far as matches were concerned. Undefeated up until their loss they just took against, we'll come up with a team name later. So Anarchy Stars did not play XName yesterday. It looks like they were in different Swiss groups. They would not have come across each other. Anarchy Stars has been in this tournament for a hot minute, though. Not the tournament today, but just Low Inc. in general. In fact, they played in October and got 9th place under the name Star Guardians of Chaos, or at least one of their players was on Star Guardians of Chaos. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, Star Guardians of Chaos was another team we, like you said, an alpha bracket, and this is a bunch of teams, a bunch of players that do have that alpha bracket potential in them in their individual results. I mean, we already talked about that one Star Guardians player. We have to talk about XName though, because they just beat a team that, on paper, I'm cold was one of those teams that we were looking at maybe seeing in grand finals again. I know I certainly had them on my radar. You lost to, we'll come up with a name later. In fact, that you were the only team, except for, well, Anarchy Stars, to take a game off. We'll come up with a team name later. But you knocked them out as XName. Now you're looking at Anarchy Stars and thinking, all right, I think there's a lot more parity in this alpha bracket group than we've seen yet, because there's like, I think any one of the 3 teams I just mentioned could have gone to grand finals, but ultimately it's going to be one. XName's looking at this and thinking, this is definitely in reach.
So this is just the 4th tournament that Anarchy Stars is playing in as a team in general. They played in an abandoned ship and in the SOS. So these players have low ink experience as a whole. I mentioned Star Guardians of Chaos. You got some Future Tone representation here. Chroma Vortex. First low ink so far, finishing at worst the bronze medal. And coming off of their first loss coming into this one. XName has been in this tournament for a hot minute as well. Let me see if I can pull up their name, because I know we've been talking about XName for a bit. This is obviously the best they've ever done, the low ink up to this point, and they're still in a great situation to where they could find a way to win it. And by great, I mean there's only 3 teams left who can, so that's a pretty good, if not great, situation to find yourself in. Best of 5 is what this one is going to be. Going forward, no longer a best of 3, so you got a little bit of wiggle room here as far as not having to hit the stress if you DC in game 1.
Oh man, DCs are, well, I'm sure you've heard it before, so I'm going to gloss over that, but ultimately we're going to be starting on Zones Mahi either way. Zones Mahi is, I want to go ahead and talk about the map itself. The map itself is very simple. I think it's just very simple. It's very straightforward. Go to the other side. Which you can make the same argument for a lot of these Splatoon 3 maps, but the thing about Zones Mahi is that since it's so simple, there's a lot of complex ways you can approach getting towards enemy territory. And that's one thing I saw that Anarchy Stars did so well in their last time we saw them on stream. They were able to set up really well off of any numbers advantage to the point where it took I'm Cold just a bit longer to get themselves back in control.
Now, has the predictions been put up for this set?
Yes.
As of yet, it has been. Okay, I just saw the results for the last one. There was only one person on planet Earth that believed that XName could win, and that one person was rewarded with getting all the channel points. So can we get more than one person to believe in XName this time around? Anarchy Stars is going to be a tough matchup, not gonna lie. I wouldn't lie to you.
You would never lie. Popgun, you'd never lie. I know you. You don't lie.
Especially when it comes to gambling. I would not give false information about that.
Speaking of which, who do you have on your parlay this weekend?
I have XName, Anarchy Stars, and we'll come up with a team name later. That's who I got. I don't want to tell you what order specifically that I have them in, but that's where we got.
All right, well, I will go ahead and write that down and go ahead and scratch off the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as possibly winning low ink, which, yeah, I don't know. In hindsight, it was a good bet, but Baker Mayfield just doesn't do really well as an anchor player. So we'll go ahead and trust these two teams heading in front of us anyway.
Now, you say that, but the Panthers did have him playing defensive end for their practice squad when they had him.
The Panthers had, I don't know what Matt Rule was doing then. I just know what he's doing for Nebraska.
And continuing on with references that nobody else is going to understand. Let's see here. As game one's going to be Splat Zones at Mahi Mahi Resort. That we're going to be seeing these two teams come out with.
You like the room service there?
Yes.
One of my
do.
favorite resorts. Second one probably being the Kalahari, but we don't have to worry about that for another 10 months. So either way, I think what we're looking at here, just judging from the comps, you're going to see something similar from Anarchy Stars. I mean, they've been running very... I think we've seen their bread and butter before. You're going to have that... You're going to have a pencil. You're going to have some sort of Splatana weapon, which is probably a wiper. I don't want to start calling weapon comps out of the blue because I know I'll either be massively right and I won't be able to enjoy all the fame, or I'll be wrong and chat's going to blow up.
Oh, who cares about chat?
That's a good
Who cares
point.
what chat has to say?
Yeah, fair enough.
You mentioned the Kalahari. Now that I look at this little screenshot of the Mahi Resort that we have, that looks exactly like the outdoor pool area of the Kalahari. Now that I think about it.
It does.
And I didn't even know at Mahi Resort that little hotel area thing was there, because you don't really often look off to the side. I guess it's right in the background right there, and even more pronounced than behind that team.
You can
So
see them
maybe
running the
that's
Riptide
on me.
Mile.
That's all I gotta say. I don't pay attention, but I do pay attention to the fact that we do have Dread Ringer rearing its ugly head, as is tradition at this stage of Alpha Bracket and Low Ink for Anarchy Stars, and it's no surprise given how Reslider works on Mahi Mahi zones.
Okay, so that's actually kind of right with his prediction here. You see the Dread Ringer, you see the Reef Slider, as you will with the Dread. You'll see the pencil, the Splatana Stamper rather, and then you've got a Dualies, which, I mean, again, Anarchy Stars coming in with their bread and butter. Fairly simple. XName, another similar comp. I do see a 52 gal. I don't want to say that's not one you see very often, but it's definitely not as often as other shooter weapons.
Well, you find the right places to get the ink wall down, or just not at all in that case, as Naughty just says, I'm just going to take this fight right here straight up, and the RNG of the gal's not going to land in your favor. As I'm just holding on to this crab tank is the Anarchy Stars, who has a massive lead here in the early opening minutes, with two more players going down for XName and still holding on to that crab tank. So trying to find that perfect spot to create an extended lockout, because Anarchy Stars has plenty of specials to work with here.
And plenty indeed. And as well, you also have the picks to go with it. And now you have Saturn and Sax both in a similar spot. You don't want to be bunched up when you have a crab on the other side. That's one of the most important rules of getting into a conflict here in Splatoon. But Anarchy Star is looking fairly comfortable here, except for Fem Bryn on the Dread, who's in the middle of absolutely everybody.
What's the Dread Ringer doing? Taking on the entire world? And no, Sky says, I'm going to splat you while you are in the sky. Hence the name. And XName hangs on just a little bit longer, and they don't have any penalty points to chew through, so they can put some permanent points up on the board here and are in a great situation if they can get a couple of splats. But they're going to have to weather the storm of the Dread Ringer and the Reef Sliders that are constantly going to at least pause the zone. That crab didn't get any value out of it, and here comes the Snot Rockets of the enemy crab as well to follow it up with the Reef Slider. Wasn't necessary to cap the zone, but does a good enough job to clean it up.
Oh my goodness, Bren, we're gonna need a whole essay on what you've been able to do in this game alone, which is a lot. You've got 2 picks off that Reef side, you got 1 more with the Dread alone, and how well you're able to cover this sledge is... You have to also cover how well they've been able to cover this sledge, because no opening here for XName. So Sax is able to get the drop on that Red Ringer, and now things are looking a little less certain for both teams. Really, Sax still trying to paint over the zone, but Anarchy Stars still hold on.
Yeah, and I think they're gonna do more than just hold on. Yes.
Oh, yes they are.
It's like that. Oh, actually, yeah, XName. I might want to check that little Judd. I think XName might have paused it a few frames before you decided to end it right there, because that looks like at least a tied zone, in my opinion. But Anarchy Stars weathered the storm of the splashdown from the blaster on the zone and do just enough to get the dub. Naughty doing a fantastic job with those vanilla dualies, finding the right opportunity to use the crab tanks, not just popping it because they had it, and got a lot more value out of their specials because of it. They win game 1 in this best of 5 set.
And one thing I liked about Bren's gameplay there, especially with the Dread, is that with Reef Slider, it's so easy to bring it to splat zones and say, well, I'm just going to use it for splat zones. I mean, duh. But also, there is another layer in that you know what your special is good for, you know what it can do so well, and that's clear out spaces. I mean, you obviously catch XName in a lot of very funky spots there, but I see them going like 2 people basically on top of one another when there's a crab around, and that's questionable. But Bryn doing a lot with that Reef Slider, doing a lot with the weapon overall. I think that's just great stuff to see from a Dread player.
We are going to be having a player substitution for game 2. This is XName, who's going to be subbing out a player. We don't know who specifically yet, but they do have 5 players on their roster, as does the Anarchy Stars. And it is also XName's counter pick here. So they're probably thinking there's a specific stage mode combo that we like, and there's a player that we know is really good in that specific stage and mode. So we're going to get them in here and do just that. We don't know who the player is or what stage they're going to be picking or the mode, but I'm assuming that's why all these switches are coming into play, so keep an eye out for that.
I'm going to just go ahead and say Zone Ship Shape, because for some reason that's been a very popular counter pick. I mean, that does make sense. I mean, to be fair, to XName's point, if they do end up counter picking the Splat Zones Splat Zones combination, they did fairly well in that previous game. I mean, we mentioned it. That last few seconds, XName, they actually do turn it neutral at least, and they were very close to go ahead. They're going ahead and just capturing the whole thing.
Guess where we're going?
Where?
Yeah! No, you gotta guess. No, no. Now you know the answer, so you can't guess.
Yes.
Aha.
I love it.
We'll get them. We'll go to the one stage mode combo that everybody counter picks, but it's going to work out for us because we got a secret player, and we actually have confirmation that both teams are going to be swapping in a player. Actually, Anarchy Stars said before the match even began that they were probably going to be switching players throughout the set. So both teams are going to be rolling their entire roster. Both teams have 5 players. We're going to see all 5 players, it seems like, over the course of this entire match, which is cool to see. It's a 2-day tournament. If you got 4 players that you're solid with and it's working, that's awesome. We've seen plenty of teams win low ink doing that. But I always appreciate when a team has a deep roster they can roll with and get different kind of combinations going based on whatever the stage demands of it. So both teams are going to be making substitutions here for game 2.
And I like that XName is going to be swapping in their Platana player, because this leaves a few more opportunities for you. I mean, you've got Stamper, you're going to be covering ledges, obviously. Welcome to Inkblot. Hope you've got your ledges covered. But I do see the possibility of one decaf. You get the bubbler in there, and now you have more opportunity to stand your ground. If you're moving up, you get more opportunity to hold bats, hold flat. Those are 2 of the biggest spots you're going to see. And if you don't know those names, you will see what I'm talking about later on. But if you get the yawn, then obviously you have to let that out. But if you have the other weapons coming in, then good things will happen. Good question,
You all right?
Popgun. I think so.
Did you say you woke up at 9 p.m., not a.m.?
I think so.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you do you. As we try to take a guess at who subbed in for who here, as we do see no anchor player coming out from the side of XName. We're going full frontal, all out assault with the Booyah Bomb Stamper to boot to go along with the Crab Tank. And that is the Slosher getting eliminated right off the bat from Anarchy Stars to go along with their Dread Ringer that they're still using. Not just a zones one trick relying on Reslider, they're using it for tower control as well.
And I like that Anarchy Stars brings back Miku. If you watching, Chad, if you've been watching the stream, you know that Miku does really, really well with that Slosher. So no surprises there, and that Anarchy Stars is going to be bringing him out. And Sky does not find their way out. Sorry, you're going to stay grounded here. The anti-air missiles coming out from freaking Miku over here with the Slosher contribute to that pick.
Just a friendly reminder, what you are seeing from the spec cam operator is not what is actually happening in real life in the game. It's just a little optical illusion there. I'm sure that didn't actually happen. Unless it
No,
did.
well, I like to think it did
Regardless, the checkpoint. Did they clear this checkpoint? Yes, now
Yes.
they do. Anarchy Stars, first checkpoint clear. Do they have enough firepower to get past the second one? That actually matters. It looks like no for now, as they wisely back off and set up a defense.
And now XName has the opportunity to at least try something, especially with this stand player who's already off screen. Bren had to turn around just to get a Cosmo back on the screen, but now they've got the Booyah Bomb. Anarchy Stars looks fairly comfortable here, and there's the restart we were looking for from Bren, but they do go down. Now it's going to be a sword fight here next to this left stack, which Zuki wins. 3 players down for XName. Anarchy Stars looking as comfortable as ever until Saturn trades out Zuki there. XName and Anarchy Stars still trading off picks there. It looked like we had an advantage there for either team, really, and that might just be the story for the rest of this match.
Well, XName had a lot of specials built up ready to go, using the Killer Whale and the Crab at the same time. It will get them across this first checkpoint, but nothing else. It's essentially a wipeout that they dealt with right there. So, yeah, they cleared the checkpoint. That's all that really matters. So we're essentially tied at this point. But that was a great opportunity for XName to get into the right kind of position they needed to get into a spot to where they could clear that second checkpoint. But instead, burning through all their specials, at least getting that first checkpoint out of the way as we cross the halfway mark.
And it's still 70-67 here, which, I mean, there's a meme there somewhere, but this also means that there's still a lot of parity. I talked about it earlier. Now you're seeing an example of it in this set. Most notably, we've only gotten past that first checkpoint, and even then, it's just by a small margin. You don't see any major moves here, except for XName, who might be onto something here. Bryn having a bit of trouble getting past this Stamper, who is going to have to be forced. He's going to be forced to pop Booyah here. Has some more backup with Saturn coming in from the side there. 3 players down. That pencil's going to be forced to back up here, and there we have broken the walls open. Break the doors, slam them open. Here it is, checkpoint 2 for XName.
I don't even think the Stamper player's name is pronounceable, but that Stamper player did a fantastic job of getting into the right position and creating all the distraction necessary to where whoever was riding the tower for XName could just fall asleep, clearing that second checkpoint. That is a game-winning push made by XName in a game-winning position, being named by whoever that player is. What are you pronouncing that?
Fembrin.
Not that Stamper who just got splatted. That person. There we go. How do you pronounce
Half-Life K, Half-Life. It's Lambda A, Lambda K, Lambda A K, Lambda A, Lambda A.
Can we time out the person in chat who said 6'7"? Question mark. We're not dealing with that nonsense. While that's going on, we're down to 1 minute remaining, and Anarchy Stars got a bit of a mountain they want to climb. And it's not looking good, at least not in the.
No, not at all. But you do have one player going to tree there. 2v1's always better than a 1v1, so that's a good start for Anarchy Stars. Too bad you've got 3 more looking at. Well, now 2 more. Now 1 more. It's just the Splash you're gonna have to worry about all the way up past the past this camera here, but Riv on the tower. Everyone else, look at how well Anarchy Stars is able to set up here. They've got two people in plat, two people in bat, one in plat, and we still got some more coverage to go forward to, but Saren's in a bit of trouble. They did get the pick on Miku. They go down. It's a 2v2 situation here, and see who comes out on top. It's going to be the Crab that helps out quite a bit, but how much can they help because they've already got 3 players down?
As long as Zuki's right there, that's all they need. But I wonder if Anarchy Stars are a little bit overcommitting to attacking the flat. But no, they got the Reef slider. Oh, I forgot. And now it's the Stamper player trying to make a hero play. They can't get it done. Oh, Anarchy Stars. I was questioning their positioning because they had to get through that 3rd checkpoint. I thought they were putting too many resources in the plat. What Zuki had held down. I forgot they had a Reef slider. It was a trap. They lulled XName into the plat area and not the bats. And then when they thought it was free, here comes the Reef slider out of nowhere, gets a double GG, go to game 3.
Oh no, it's just me and my little dread. Call a squid billets, but not for me, as the Reef slider comes in, takes out 2. Easy dub for Anarchy Stars, or GG easy, as some chats will have you believe, but 2-0. I think that the Popgun, in my book, that looks fairly good.
What, to be up 2-0?
Yeah, that looks fairly. I think it's good.
I think it's good. Yeah, I would rather be up 2-0 than the alternative, any other alternative going into game 3.
Bingo.
And now XName has to battle back from not just losing that one, but losing what was a very winnable game for them. One they probably should have won, to be honest with you. But they're not out just yet. The reverse sweep is still on the table, and the next counter pick, they want to run it back with tower control. This time going to Ship Shape Cargo Company is what they're going to be taking a stab at here.
So essentially what they've done is pick Inkblot again. I mean, stacks. You basically have stacks there. You basically have some level of plat bats. I mean, it's just court, really. That little part in the beginning. I know my callouts, I promise. Anyway, I think it's similar in kind to what they're looking for on that Inkblot. So I think XName, they know they had that in the bag. They know that they need to find a better way to just not fall. Well, first of all, don't fall into a Reef slider danger zone. Kenny Loggins will have you believe that's a bad idea, but you know, go back here. We'll see what happens.
Game 3, Tower Control, Ship Shape Cargo Company. The question is anybody going to make any roster changes? It looks like yes, at least coming from the Anarchy Stars team. They're going to be swapping out a player. So that wasn't just the Tower Control lineup that they had. That was the Tower Control Art Academy specific lineup that they used right there. So Anarchy Stars, different lineup with the players that they have for all 3 games up to this point. So you have to be seeing if XName will make a bit of a switch themselves. But XName, considering how fast they made that counter pick, was probably thinking like, oh, we feel really good with how that Tower Control game went for the vast majority of that game. Yes, we let it slip away there at the end. We think we can replicate it. We can get it done here with the roster that we have. And then we'll figure out whatever we need to figure out in games 4 and 5, but we just got to get there first.
And that's what I like about some of these teams is that they know that, hey, look, we lose game 2 and yeah, sure, they're at match point, but like, we have that in the bag. We know what went wrong, and those adjustments that you make mid-set or mid-match, respects to what you said about matches and sets. What you do there is you continue to keep all that's been working out for you. Say, okay, we don't really need to make any changes here. We don't need to go into full chaos mode. The mental is still there. The everything is still there. Let's just make sure we have this on lock before they make a big push like that, because you got to remember, for the longest time, that was still like 70 to 66 plus 1. So it's still in your favor. Ship Shape is a good counter pick. Let's see where we go from here.
So Naughty was subbed out for Miku in game 2, and now Naughty is coming back in place of Miku here for game 3. So if you're just thinking about the weapons we saw in game 1, that means we're probably coming back out with the dualies and the crab and trying to take the sloshers out of the equation here. So probably more crab shenanigans that we're going to be seeing here coming out from Anarchy Stars. A must win for XName if they want to find their way into grand finals in this tournament. They'll have to win 3 in a row. Anarchy Stars has to win just 1 more, and they will have their date with the team that knocked them down to losers bracket about 30 minutes ago. And with everybody locked in, should be getting live here pretty soon. Nito,
Pop gun.
hold that thought because we are getting into the game. I don't have anything to say to you. And we don't have anything to say about either one of these teams because that's the same exact comp coming out from XName. Why not? Sax might have been using the Gal earlier instead of going to be using the Splatter Shot, but Naughty, to no surprise, not going to be using the Slosher that Miku was using, instead using the Vanilla Dapples that worked, or Vanilla Doolies. And now they're the only player left alive, so maybe not. Maybe not too much action they're going to be using at this point.
One last stand from Dooley's there, but I do also want to point out that Saturn just got a nice direct on Bren there, but there's also a Sticker Sam Ditto, that Zuki there for Anarchy Stars, swapping out the decap for the Sticker Stamp, but okay, well, now there's a lot more action going on here. I need to keep my eyes on the action here.
What was that all about?
I don't know.
I just saw a player explode for no reason, but
it happens a lot.
Must have been death by chicken. The worst way to go out in this game, as we see Saturn get into a very perfect spot. Is the word we're going to roll with right there, and chasing out more players. Are we done here? Unless Naughty does something rather ridiculous, I think we're kind of done here.
I think so. Naughty's still back there out the tower, and Sky's able to get the pick. Okay, yeah, we're
done here.
We're done.
So we're done here. Saturn being up top in that one spot was just going to cause all kinds of issues. Anarchy Stars could not get set up, and that provided the perfect place for XName players to jump right back in. Yeah, we're moving on to game 4. Nicely done, XName.
Well, I mean, you're right to put me back on track and keep on with the play-by-play because that happened very quickly there. So, hey, XName, you don't get swept. You're now 2-1, and like we said earlier, you're still very much in this. And if there's any way to make a comeback statement, well, that was certainly it. You've gone from 100 to 0 really quick, as the old internet adage goes. And now it's back to Anarchy Stars for the counter pick. But most importantly, 2-1. You showed that Tower Inkblot game wasn't just like, oh, okay, everything fell apart. No, you still have it. You still certainly have it.
The problem now is that Anarchy Stars gets 2 counter picks in a row. And because you can't pick the most recent win that you had, that means they can't go to tower control, which they probably wouldn't pick anyways, even if they wanted to. But that means they do get to go back to splat zones because it's not their most recent victory, which is bad news for XName because then they can just pick a map to where Dread Ringer and Reef Slider work out really well. In Allah, we are going to Robo Ramen. Not the most broken Reef Slider map, but this is a very quick counter pick coming from Anarchy Stars. XName has to win this one and another counter pick coming from Anarchy Stars if they want to pull off the reverse sweep. But they took care of business. A very dominant win there in game 3. So they got some momentum at their back they can use to roll into this one.
And the most interesting thing about how fast that counter pick came is that you really haven't had that many opportunities to come up with a counter pick, except for your winner's bracket final match against, we'll come up with a name later, which we'll see at the other end of this game anyway. But XName is now the second match in which you've had to come up with something, and you come up with it fairly quickly. Zones Robo Ramen, I mean, you can talk all about how much they had that Reef Slider in mind, but I still think that most of it is going to depend on how fast they set up. I mean, you saw a little bit of it in that tower controlling plot game. Want to see a little bit more of it here.
And they do come back out with the Snipe Rider pencil as well. There's a really good spot where you can place that Snipe Rider. And what are you going to do to dislodge that Snipe Rider as well? You got the Crab Tank coming out from Sky. You got the Booyah Bombs. You got the Ink Strikes. But you got to kind of think those things are going to be used mostly on zone, or at least the backside of the zone, because that Riv, the Snipe Rider, is just going to hug to that wall and try to challenge XName to approach them because they don't have really a whole heck of a lot at their disposal to deal with it.
Well, what you also have to look forward to is Saturn here, who already looking at the position they were taking there is a good spot for when you want to have that sniper rider in mind. Excuse me. But XName has the zone here, so maybe don't worry about the sniper rider just yet, as they still have a 3-out bomb coming in from the Stamper, and they still have a few more specials coming in. Anarchy Stars do take control of the zone here. They do go a few players down as well, so Anarchy Stars has another opportunity here, but they're losing it very quickly.
I mean, XName's trying to start pushing up. They're trying to create the lockout. The problem is Anarchy Stars comp is able to get themselves in a good situation, in a good position to where it limits the ability of XName to just push up unless they get a few more splats first, which is why I was kind of confused. It's like XName was able to cap the zone and was getting a lot of splats on top of it, but they immediately lost control of zone again. And it's because they're not getting the key splats that they need. As long as that sniper rider's on the board, it can attack the zone from so many different safe spots. So they need to continue to find ways to attack that sniper rider, but right now they got to get rid of the Zipcaster in their own base.
I mean, even then, after the Zipcaster comes back, that laser is still fixated on the remaining players of Anarchy Stars in that area, which they are going down very quickly here. Reef and Fembrin, only ones remaining for Anarchy Stars as XName tries to get control of the zone. They likely aren't going to be able to sprint goes past the zone. Gets a few more picks on the board. Anarchy Stars back in control. Look at how fast they're moving back into position and how fast they go down as well.
I don't know why they turned their back right there, but a good punish that ended up not amounting to a whole heck of a lot right there. This might be the smash for Anarchy Stars. Just an emergency crab tank trying to get something going into the zone. Does stall it out for just a little bit, but Anarchy Stars chases them out. They win on their counter pick, and they are going to grand finals.
Well, talk about a very anticlimactic end to the match here. I mean, we're now, well, it's over. Anarchy Stars, welcome to grand finals. We'll see you against, we'll come up with a name later, which I hope you have a response already. But XName, like you said, key splats were the key there. I mean, key splats were what they were missing, because I saw XName getting a lot of picks on the board, but it just doesn't seem like anything manifested from there. I mean, they were able to cap the zone, but it only lasted about a few seconds until Anarchy Stars just waltzed right over it and stormed into enemy territory. Those key splats were the key, for lack of a better word.
I talked about XName being a long-time low ink team. The first low ink they played in was December of last year, so 11 months ago, where they made Gamma Brackets. It got 4th place in Gamma Bracket. Now, almost a year later, they're taking home the bronze medal of Alpha Bracket, so not too shabby of a glow up for XName, but it's Anarchy Stars that is ruling the day now as we move forward into grand finals. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Before we do that, did you know, Nito, that there is a major tournament going on right now? No, I'm not talking about the NA League. No, I'm not talking about the Sindo Finals coming up, I believe, in a couple of weeks, if not next weekend. I don't know the exact date for that. It's time for Super Jump, baby. Super Jump is number 7. It's coming back in December. It's going to take place on the weekend of December 6th and December the 7th, the day that comes after the 6th. We're not making jokes about that. That is going to be on start.gg. You go to start.gg/SJ. You can register for it. It is an open tournament, no skill caps. Everybody can play in it, multiple brackets across both days, and a prize pool. Is Gray going to win it yet again? Fun note, when we gave the prize money to Gray after Super Jump 6, Gray said, oh, cool, we'll see you in 3 more months. So please, somebody stop this man. Please, somebody else win our money.
That's a scary thing to hear, especially with a tournament in which everyone goes to day 2. So good day, bad day. You might still see Gray anyway, depending on how well you do. But I heard there's a break, and I heard we have to come back after on the other end of that break is going to be the main event, grand finals. We'll see y'all then here on IPL.
dream. Take me far where stars are still asleep. You and me will live forevermore. I will follow you, my destiny. Once you get my feet back on the ground, I'm getting played by you, deja vu. I saw the sparkles in your eyes. Your soothing words make me feel right. I would be glad to stay in your sight. Let's fade into this mystery. Same words, is this the first time? As if I'm stuck in a loop. I'm lost in sweet illusion. Turn me into a sensation. Take me far where stars are still asleep. You and me will live forevermore. I will follow you, my destiny. Once you get my feet back on the ground, I'm getting played by you, deja vu. Where did we meet before? Just like this. I know you smile, your voice just like that. You talk to me and I smile right back. I don't believe in fantasy. Same dress, same smell reminds me something I can't forget. Same song, same tone in your voice. Tell me this isn't a dream. Take me far where stars are still asleep. You and me will live
And welcome back to another episode of Lowing in November's edition. We have the main event of the evening, afternoon, morning, depending on where you're watching this from. Regardless, it is going to be Anarchy Stars versus, we'll come up with a name later, who have disappointed me by not coming up with a name.
I hope this team doesn't win.
Okay. Wow.
I mean,
that was quick.
First off, it's a long name. And it's going to look horrible in the trophy if we have to write all of that out. It's lowercase.
Sure.
And at what point is later? Like, when are you going to come up with a name? Can we come up with a name for them? You know
Why
what we
not?
used to
Let's
do? What we used to do with Proving Grounds, when somebody has a name that was like inappropriate or just dumb, like just pickup. At one point, we did have 2 teams called pickup. One was like 1 word pickup, one was 2 different words pick and up. We would go with Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Hey!
So like the red jaguars, the blue barracudas, the silver snakes, the orange iguanas. And as you know, in Low Ink, it is tradition when somebody has a bad name or it's like inappropriate or something, we call them Little Timmy and the Splat. So if you're ever playing in Low Ink and you see someone called Little Timmy and the Splat, it's because that team's in trouble. So let's not use that here. But can we manually change their name? I bet you we could to like Red Jaguar or something.
I'm a fan of the blue barracudas. That's
The
all I'm
Awesome Splatters is what somebody listed in chat. That is a bad name. So if you've lost your chance to come up with a better name, that's just going to be attached to you forever. Mods, don't delete that one. But we'll come up with something, because I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to be one of those commentators that says the full name every single time.
I'm going to walk off a cliff is a good one, though.
No, that's not the name. That's the Gray Gerbils.
That sounds like an even worse legend than his.
Yeah, but it's also coming from Clan Blitz, so why would we listen to that person? Okay, now you just got dark. Chad is proving why they're idiots.
whoa.
This is all right. There we
The
go.
squitters!
Never mind.
That's good!
The Squitters.
Yeah.
All right, fine. We'll call them the Squitters going forward. Welcome to Grand Finals. Squitters taking on Anarchy Stars, a rematch of winners finals that went 3-1 in the favor of the Squitters, who is coming back out here with the Firefin Charger. Still in love using the Gal, as we see players instantly get eliminated from the board.
And it's funny because this exact same map mode combination happened in the previous set too, as we see Anarchy Stars go down 3 players, and Astro brought out the E-Leader instead of the Firefin scope, so I want to see how this changes their whole strategy here, as we see Mayhem bring up some mayhem with that. And there's the roller that I also wanted to point out earlier, who's causing a lot of damage themselves. That's Mauro with the splat roller, who goes down. Eventually Zuki going to be credited with that pick, but my goodness.
This gotta spike that booyah bomb. Those little billboard things just got put in the most awkward spot right there. But yeah, you're talking about the roller in a map like this. Just not fair that this is game 1 for the Team Squitter here, as they're able to get at least a good control of the lead, and they might be able to find a way to get zone right back here. Mayhem's desperately trying to get a splat with the crab tank. Not going to get it, but does cap the zone back into Squitter's favor, as they are now looking to start to find ways to push up here.
The Squitters have the lead. The Anarchy Stars, though, they're going to quickly take back control of the zone, and they're looking pretty good here, I want to say. Now you have Bryn coming up one of the stacks here. Mayhem was doing some excellent work there earlier. Now it's going to be Mauro. I also want to watch out for on the side of the Squitters, but Anarchy Stars still holding on to things. And how long? Not much, until they get it back eventually. Bryn, though, with this Dreadringer, another player I want to watch out for. They could cause quite a bit of damage themselves as Mayhem goes down. There's Mauro here, by the way, coming up from behind Anarchy Stars, but they aren't able to do much here as Anarchy Stars get the lead, but for how long do you hold that zone is not much.
It's so weird to see on the spectator cam one team just dominate and have a player go off, and then they still lose lead anyways. It's like, wait a minute, what did we kind of miss right here? As the roller players starting to get into a good position to get the lead right back for the Squitters. As we've been talking about the roller, keep in mind, this is still the Reef Slider team that we've been seeing up to this point. And they haven't been on this map just yet. This is a really good Reef Slider map, although it's not going to help them out right now because the Dreadringer, well, the Dreadringer died with Soda, so they're still going to have that Reef Slider ready to go that Anarchy Stars can use, not to cap zones right there, but to make sure they get the wipeout. The question is going to be, can the Stars get another special up and ready to go, because Still in Love has been mowing down players along with that roller, and yeah, they're not going to hold onto the zone at all.
And when you have a weapon like 52, you can do an excellent job of challenging that pencil, which is what you're going to be needing here. Anarchy Stars does a lot of damage when they have that pencil up, no surprises there, but Still in Love, though, proving that that's all they're going to need to keep that pencil back, tries to keep other members of Anarchy Stars back as the Splitters continue to hold on to the zone here. They've got one player down. Here comes Mara. They're coming around the side. Will they be able to sneak something by? No, there's Platana Stamper on the other side. A Sticker Stamp, rather, is on its butt. The Splitters still getting some points on the board. How long? Not long.
And I wonder how is this still going on? Because Team Squitter is playing better right now. I mean, it's reflected on the scoreboard. But how have they not gotten the KO up to this point? Because this roller keeps finding ways to get into key positions. I wonder if they're overextending a bit too much. If they can just kind of, well, look, we got the ledges. Let's just hold that and keep them back here. And then, or maybe they're thinking we need to go into their base and shut down those Reef sliders and those Booyah Bombs and those Ink Strikes before they get up and running. Because I feel like they're overplaying their hand a little bit here. Now Anarchy Stars been hanging around long enough. They got the lead right back. They got 2 players down on the side of the Squitters. And now with 10 ticks away, they're about to get the KO as well. Zuki desperately trying to get the splat on top of it. The Anarchy Stars hanging around. Finally lands the knockout punch. They win game 1 just like they did in winners finals.
Well, deja vu? I think so. I mean, like you said, same score we saw in game 1. And good, who knows? I mean, Splatoon never really follows history, except when it does. But this could mean that we'll come up with a name later. Or, sorry, the Squitters.
No.
Be...
Here's what we're doing. We're gonna, since they don't want an actual name, we're gonna let chat come up with a different name for this team every time. Okay, so they were Squitters that game. We're going to call them a different name. Chat, you tell us what the name is going to be for this team for game 2 only. And then if you got another good one, hold on. No, we're not calling them 6-7. Stop that. What is wrong with you guys? God.
Freshly picked is pretty good. That's a good start, at least. Big Tommy and the Splats.
We're not calling them Big Tommy and the Splats.
The awesome Splatters returns.
Anyways, Anarchy Stars. So here's the problem Anarchy Stars kind of fell into last time is with what we saw with their counter pick in the previous match against XName. It was Splat Zones is what they went with, right? They have to win on a different mode first before they can go back to that. So last time they were playing this team, they couldn't go back to Splat Zones. So they had to just keep counterpicking other things that just wasn't working out for them. So this is a scenario, if you want to force a bracket reset for Anarchy Stars, and you lost on this against this team earlier, Clam Blitz at Crab Leg Capital is what we were doing with this. So what no, we're not. You guys are just naming actual team names here. We're not doing anything wrong. Anarchy Stars for yeah, that's gonna be great. Oh my gosh, you guys suck at team names. Squidward and Son, we're gonna have to roll with that. You know what? It's Clam Blitz. And we're running out of time. We'll run with Squidward and Son this time. That works.
He's Squidward. This is a great team name. He's Squidward. Sorry,
Squidward and Son. Currently down 0-1 to the Anarchy Stars. The Patrick Stars.
There you go.
Now, here's the problem, Nito. Squidward and Son counterpicked this same exact stage and mode against the Anarchy Stars in Winners Finals. They won. It's hard to do that two games in a row, though, against the same opponent. So this could be a trap.
Yeah, no, it's almost definitely a trap. A trap game is a common term you'll see in many sports, but it's going to be someone you see here as we head into this next game of Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch 1 and 2. Here is Squidward and Son, popping up with a similar lineup that we saw earlier. Actually, no, I believe now I've confused the team name. One of them's Squidward and Son, one of them's the Patrick Stars, the one's in orange.
It's Anarchy Stars. They got an actual name. We got to give them credit. Still in Love, rolling with a blaster now, dropping the gal, is going to go with the Booyah Bomb S Blast here, along with that E-Leader. I wasn't paying attention if that was a RP or not, E-Leader on that scoped variant, but E-Leader from Astral is going to be pretty effective. And you know what else is effective? Having Still in Love, getting splats and leading the way around the edges right there, and clearing a path potentially once a Power Clam is formed for Squidward and Son.
And that's, I believe, the same weapon they played in Winners Bracket Finals, which, you know what, fair enough. I mean, you're going on you're going on Crab-like Capital. You may as well have a similar weapon, and as that plan takes a while to reach the ring. And so does everything else. Yay! Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Well, the good news is the push got shut down and properly defended by the Anarchy Stars. For how much longer, we are yet to find out, because Still in Love able to get the throw off, but at what cost? There's only one player left alive, and now it's a wipeout. So a misplay by Squidward and Sun. Now that I think about it, Squidward didn't have an actual son in the show. Why do we even call them that? I don't know. But still, that you never want to do a push where you just throw one in. Why are we? What?
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, you're looking at it.
You've been you've been struck by the lag criminal. Great timing.
Okay. All right. What was that? Was that us or was that them? That's step number one. Did we DC or did we have a I have no idea. Someone, okay, so I think they just DC'd because the lobby DC'd and they asked to switch host. Okay. All right.
It's the lag criminal.
Yeah, to the person in the match chat asking if we can switch hosts. Yes, we can. I think that's a good idea. I think we should do that for sure. Oh my goodness.
I mean, what do you say after that, Popgun?
I don't know.
That's why you eat through your net, kids.
I mean, I don't know. We've seen some weird stuff so far today, and we've had some people DC. So hopefully we can just get right back into this one and roll it. And now that is a replay. Whoever was hosting the replay is going to cost against them. But I'm not in TO mode right now. I'm still trying to figure out. Okay, did Squidward have a son? Like in the later, but that would mean like Squidward, like. No, we're getting too deep into this. We're just gonna roll Squidward's son. I'm not gonna question the.
Well, I tried looking it up on Google, and one of the suggestions was, does Squidward die? I can confirm to you the answer is probably yes. I mean, there's a lot of people that explode in the first few seasons of SpongeBob, but he's not dead. Or he's dead, but he's alive.
Oh my gosh, what have I done?
I know way too much about SpongeBob lore. Don't get me started.
Name rules follow replay rules. Yeah, so they get the replay with the, we'll keep rolling with the replay there. Now I don't know who was hosting. But whatever team was hosting, they're getting the replay used against them. So if they actually DC in the future, they won't get the replay with that. And I'll just kind of. But we are going to be replaying this one, I'm assuming, with somebody else hosting, and we can see if things are fine right there. All right. So, I mean, no harm, no foul in that one. I mean, that was a bad push for Squidward and Son. As the point I was kind of getting to is whenever you just do a push where you just pop the enemy basket, get nothing out of it, and you get wiped out on top of it, that's a really good way to get a losing push being made by the enemy team against you. So yeah, and probably best for both teams. We just kind of forget all that happened, just move on. That works out.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing with any Clam Blitz push that any competitive player should tell you is that there needs to be substance, and there needs to be what that substance means is follow-up. If you don't have that follow-up, well, congrats, you have 80 points on the board, and now there's a chance that your opponent can do 80 points and more. So that's something that, if you want to at least glean something from Morrow getting hit with the lag criminal at the end there, you guys got to be that those pushes need to have more substance to them. There needs to be more knowledge when it comes to that clam economy. That's also another thing that any Splatoon player should tell you that's important in Clam Blitz. Clam Blitz, if you're in chat, back me up here. Thanks. You are in chat. I knew you were. Probably.
So now it's there should be a switching of a host, and that means we need to get back into the lobby and get this one going up ASAP. There shouldn't be anything holding this up unless the DC player had an issue, which is always a fun thing to kind of deal with right here. And by the way, in case you were wondering, this is Grand Finals. Anarchy Stars is coming in from the loser's side. Oh, a player's power went out, is what we're getting.
All right.
So that
Hold on, Mike,
explains
I'm going
the
in.
lobby DC. So whoever the host was, their power has gone out, and I don't think their power has come back on just yet.
It happens.
So it might be a second here before we can get this kind of figured out. But that would have been Anarchy Stars that was hosting then.
Right. So then they lose the replay, and that means that whatever happens for the rest of the set, good luck, basically, is the word from the lag gods, if such a thing exists. Maybe, I don't know. That's like too deep of a concept. Let's just stick to the numeric memes we have going on in chat every once in a while. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we'll have some of the 6s. We'll leave the 7s out. Sound good?
Okay, so I'm TOing right now. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I didn't hear anything you said. I'm not gonna lie. So it seems like they're just gonna be subbing out a player,
Hey.
right? Is this
I think-
somebody now? When you have a different
Yes.
player in, both teams are allowed to change their weapons if they feel so inclined to do so. But I couldn't tell. Did they have like a crab or something? Is Naughty
skip
coming in or Miku?
the-
I don't know, but they're playing, so we're good.
You
I
absolutely
just
are.
And I mean, this is a comp you would want anyways, right? I mean, you want the crab tank, you want to have Snipe Rider. You've been using the Dread Ringer effectively non-stop up to this point, and of course the Stamper, you're never going to turn down that opportunity. But now the opening thing, everybody's just kind of stalling out, waiting to build up some clams, get some splats, see if we can get a E-leader in the right position to make some plays happen.
Alright, and if we are also sticking with the Squidward and Sun name, which I believe we are.
We are.
Yeah, okay, good, we are. So, Squidward and Sun still keep a similar comp. I mean, you obviously have the crab there, but you do keep at least the key players that you want to be keeping on there, and you also, and same thing for Anarchy Stars here, you keep your Dreadringer player out as well, so no major changes. Glad to see that we are back in business for both teams, and this is where I want to see that clam economy come into play here. Anarchy Stars has the ability to open this game up with a push within the first minute and a half, and they will not. Stinks you still in love.
Still in love. It's a great feeling to be in unless that love is hitting you back like that S-Blast is doing. The Snipe Rider getting a bit of revenge on the
Heyo.
fallen teammate as well, as we see the Reef Slider raring and ready to go, unless the snots of the Crab Tank have something else to say about it as well. So let's take a little bit of inventory right here. Squidward and Sun does have a power clam essentially built up. Yeah, the E-Leader just got it right there. They are close to getting some specials ready to go. It just comes down to can Still and Love get into the right position they need to be in order to clear out that path so where they can get some actual value out of this push. There goes the basket pop and the Booyah Bomb on top of it as well to throw in this few additional clams. Much better push this time around from Squidward and Sun.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, you've gotten yourselves down to almost 50. You've gotten past 50 remaining, rather. So 50 points on the board for you. You do have players that go down. Obviously, that will happen after a push. Well, after most pushes, studies show. But you got 44 points on the board, which means you're finally having that substance in your pushes, and you've kind of know how to build up those pushes. So I like that we're seeing most of that here for Squidward and Sun.
We're past the halfway mark as Anarchy Stars in this game and the what was the last game wasn't able to get a score going just yet, although that Trap Tank has now been eliminated thanks to Zucky's Booyah Bomb, who has to come back here and try to clean up Still in Love. This is a very pesky player who's been surviving in the enemy ink a lot right now, doing a good job of maneuvering around what little ink they do have to work with into their favor and getting a lot of key splats. Still Love is looking really solid so far in this match.
I mean, you want the textbook definition of like skirmish, run around, cat PvP type player. That's still in Love, and no better place to bring out that S-Blast than here in Crab Lake Capital, where you're still causing a lot of damage. There's not a Suzuki might be going down as well. Look at that, also going to get those 2 picks on the board. 6 clams in tow from Still in Love. If they're able to get that in, they're able to, I believe, missed 1, and they eventually go down. So not much else going to come from that push, except for a nice pick there by Bryn on Mayhem. Squidward and Sun able to at least open up the basket, but not much else.
Yeah, this is looking exactly like that first push in the previous game between these two teams. Hello! Nice hold on to the charge there, Astral, as you're able to punish Zuki, who set up in a pretty good position right there. So it looked like Anarchy Stars had a window to get a push going, but a nice stop there by Astral shuts everything down. So that push they got that didn't get any value, at least there's no harm, no foul, other than possibly a Mercy Clan being given in addition to Anarchy Stars. 40 seconds remaining right here. Not a lot of time for Anarchy Stars to get probably 1 push going.
And you have about 30 seconds. You have 2 specials at least, but then you lose the 2 players that had those 2 specials. And what else do you have? The answer is not much. Maybe Zuki is able to get something going here, but that is going to be shut down as well. Good Night says will come with a name later, as Anarchy Star still tries to sneak something past, but Popgun, this is going to be this. I don't want to call things early. This looks like game set now. Watch the back, watch the on there.
I just don't know why they didn't use that reslider. I mean, they got splatted holding on to that reslider. They came back and they just used it in the pit area right there. But if they used that reslider about 30 seconds ago, that probably opens up the door for them to get a push going and possibly get the win. But now they got a little bit of a scenario here. They have the squid advantage into their favor. They're trying to find ways to get up that ramp, though, and that ramp is being properly defended. When you have only 1 route to go because you can't go around that back side, it's really easy for a team like Squidward and Sun to defend, and they couldn't get it going there. But yeah, the Anarchy Stars in a good position. If you rewind the clock about 30 seconds ago, I don't know why they didn't use the reslider right there.
A missed opportunity for sure from the Anarchy Stars, but as Squidward once said, not including his son, everybody's an idiot except for me and my son. That's not part of that part of the quote wasn't actually there, but the other part is. Now tied at 1-1.
Astral Aura would be a pretty solid name for Game 3 for this team. And
I like
we'll see if
Awe.
somebody can knock that team out. I mean,
The
Astral played
Spanish
pretty
Inquisition.
Well. No, there's been teams called that before.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Like the Spanish squid position or something like that. I forget the pun that they used with that one. Regardless, though, this is the same problem Anarchy Stars had last time they played Squidward and Sun. They can't counterpick splat zones because it's their most recent win. So what are you going to roll with here? You're going to tower
PC
control, you're going
Inkbot.
to do Rainmaker.
PC Inkbot.
Hold
Like,
on.
just call it right now. Come.
Squid League. Squid League.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay, Sam likes that one. We'll roll with that. Just because Sam likes it, not because I do. How about that?
Shout out to our producer, Sam.
I gotta write that down. Squid
And-
League Cheer. Okay, got it. Squid,
But producer and emergency commentator in the previous one.
Squid League Chew. Okay. Squid League Chew ties up the set 1-1
Dang it.
piece. Keep in mind, Anarchy Stars is okay. They're feeling okay with this one. Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I believe this is one they counterpicked. This is their last counterpick in the winners bracket finals. So, let me look at the score. Actually, I can't see the exact score.
Yeah,
yet.
they
I have to
lost.
Look at the stream. Yeah,
They lost.
fair enough. Fair
They lost one. So you can pick a mode you haven't won on. The mode you haven't most recently won on. So Anarchy Stars is the team making the counter pick. They haven't won on Clan Blitz. Their most recent win is Splat Zone, so they are allowed to pick this. You can't go back to any stage, period. No repeat stages are allowed on sendout.inc. But yeah, this is totally legal for now. It's just more questionable why they would want to roll the dice on this one again when they might have something else. I mean, they've tried this before, but maybe they're like, you know what? We lost to them here, but we figured out some things we can take advantage of the next time around, so let's roll with that. But Squid League Chew probably isn't too concerned with this counter pick.
No, not at all. I mean, you showed you had what it takes to bring up a push of substance, is what I like to say. A push of substance that you got from the previous Clan Blitz match. Never mind the one where you just had, where all you did was add just a few more penalty points to your marker. But what happens now is that you look at the Clan Blitz match, you think, okay, two things. One, this is where we beat Anarchy Stars on in finals. Number two, we do fairly well on Clan Blitz against Anarchy Stars. We won all 3 games against them on Clan Blitz, or all 2 games, 3 games so far. Fourth, what's the difference?
3-4? 3-4? Yeah.
Hey, that's a new one.
That's a new one there. Those numbers and their silly sequence there. Roller rearing its ugly head yet again. Quick super jump roller with Ninja Squid and Stealth Jump is going to be having a field day on a flat map like this with plenty of opportunities to schmoove around. Anarchy Stars are going to make sure that they get plenty of turf down on the ground and try to limit the space that the roller has to work with and make it a little bit more predictable as to where the roller can be. Still in love, doesn't really care where they are in the map. They're constantly in the enemy ink, constantly on unequal surfaces. They're just everywhere, finding the perfect corners and just getting all the splats necessary. This player's insane. Who is this?
It's still in love with the S-Blast, and they've got a few more points tossed over to their teammate, who has now gotten to that basket open. Not that one, the other one. There we go, that one. And that one has been open for just a bit longer. They got a few more clams coming in, and that's certainly a great thing to see for Squid League Chew, who are now at 50 remaining, and that should be the end of that push. But still in love, still in a striking position, but not for long.
I was worried that they weren't aware that still, because they've been having trouble finding still in love. Maybe they've been having trouble finding love in general.
I mean, we're all comp splat players, so it makes sense.
Because, yeah, and well, I mean, that S-Blast has just been going all over the place. And now, well, now it's hard not to find them when they're shooting you right in your face like that and jumping out of trouble there. But again, what is Anarchy Stars? What's their game plan here? This is their counter pick. They have to deal with this charger that can just control so much space from a safe distance. I guess getting a couple of splats to start pushing up, but you got to go now. You got a 2-player advantage. You just got to start pushing up right now. You got to Astral in the run. You need to take control in the mid and get all the clams along the way.
Right, this is a team that I talked about earlier as being so able to be set up very quickly here, but so far it's taken them this long to get someone in front of that snipe area, and even then 2 players have already gone down for Anarchy Stars. That push had to have come up minutes, seconds ago, but it didn't, and now Anarchy Stars are just staggering themselves back. They at least keep a power clam. They still have some specials on deck for themselves, but Anarchy Stars, they could have had taken much more advantage of the map space available to them. Now we're going to stay in the middle here as we cross the halfway point of the match.
If I'm Big League Chew, I don't really want my roller and my S-Blast right next to each other because yeah, there you go. As long as they're kind of separated and I get to make Anarchy Stars kind of turf the entire map just to try to force those 2 players out of hiding. But if they're in the same kind of spot and I'm Anarchy Stars, I can find them both at once and eliminate them at the same time. That opens up the window for them to get the lead immediately, as they had a little bit of an opportunity to do just earlier. But still, Big League Chew, or Squid League Chew, excuse me, I mispronounced their team name. Doing a good job of weathering the storm, being very patient with this 50-point lead. Not the hugest lead that they have, but they don't have to force something that's not there. They're playing very patient right now.
Yes, they are. To what extent, we will find out soon as we see a few more picks coming up for both teams. Squid League Chew, Astral there, getting a pick. The sniper did out, but only Reef is able to come out. That one's Fung, but Still in Love gets the response there. And another one, Zuki is the last one standing. Still in Love. Are you still going to find us a triple here? Not quite in time, but Zuki is going to be the only power claim holder who has to jump back for Anarchy Stars. Here comes Squid League Chew, though. They're setting up very well here. Astro already behind, Still in Love, getting ready to protect that Booyah, but not enough. Meku goes down. Wow, an excellent quick scope there, bringing us back to the Modern Warfare 2 days, but the crowd comes out. Lots more coming out for, Squid League Chew. Anarchy Stars get to respond.
I would be shocked if Anarchy Stars can find their way out of this pitfall. There's just no way. I mean, you got the roller ledge camping now. You got Still in Love, building, just surviving in the tiniest of yellow ink, finally getting eliminated right there, and all the other clams just being picked up. And yeah, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with that? And gosh, that's just so frustrating. When the tiniest little, first off, that doesn't make any like physical sense. That like you can hide in ink that is way smaller than what your body mass is. But second off, that you can just find all those spots. Anarchy Stars just can't find one player, and it just ruins everything.
And now one player is just enough to get them past, or at least get them still within good reach of the basket here. Anarchy Stars is a power clan, but to what extent that, but to how close that will reach the enemy opposing team's basket is not very close when you have these many specials to work against. The crowd coming out, the video coming out, 2 players down, 3 players down. Give me a 4th, yes we do. Still in Love, still in the lead. We'll come up with a name later. It becomes Squid League Chew for this match, and they also become the winners, getting themselves to match point.
All right, Anarchy Stars look. You counterpicked that. That was your stage. You wanted to go there. 86-0. There was one opportunity where it looked like they were able to capture control of mid, which they did when they had the 2-player advantage. They couldn't get anything out of that, but this is the specific scenario you set up for yourself, and that was not competitive yet again. So I'm questioning that counterpick scenario. Now the control of the match is in Squid League Chew's favor. They just have to win one more and the tournament's over. By the way, in case you weren't aware, Anarchy Stars are coming in from the loser side. If Anarchy Stars wins this match, we will have a bracket reset. But if Squid League Chew wins just one more, the tournament's over. And that is the last time we're saying Squid League Chew. Chat, will you please? And keep in mind, this name might be the name that we utter as the tournament champion at the end of this one. So no, we need serious names now.
All right, please give us Too Easy. Too Easy? That's a fun name. Popcorn. Serious names. Okay, that's. I know the wordplay on that is obvious, but like I don't know. There are some serious names in low-level Splatoon right now, from what I'm seeing. So it works.
Are we gonna get a serious counterpick from Anarchy Stars though?
Just give us Inkblot Tower.
Well, keep in mind, I mean, they might just roll with a tower again, honestly. Again, they can't go to splat zones. It's the only thing off the table. I doubt they want to go Clam Blitz again. And, I mean, if there's a splat, like a Rainmaker stage they feel like really works into their favor, maybe that's what they want to go with. But, I mean, it's... you got to get rid of the roller, okay? Like, or... Yeah, if I could just like limit what the roller can do, if we could just find a map that isn't like super roller favored, and I know like a good roller player can make it work anywhere, but if we could just like take one thing out of the equation, that makes things a little bit easier for Anarchy Stars, and they have an opportunity to do that with this counter pick. Have you seen any good names yet?
Let's see what we got. John name.
John team name. No, I'm vetoing that one. The Blue Bear Kudas. That kind of falls into trust the process. All right, Philadelphia, I see you. We're not calling them Minute Maid. You already caught a team name in Tyrant.
To be fair,
don't be
Astral
greedy.
Aura is still circling around chat, so
Let's roll
there.
with that. Yeah,
All right,
Astral Aura. That makes sense.
Astral Oreo.
Astral Oreos. Yes. the Astro or the the Houston Astros
God, no.
is what we're going with this. Still waiting on the counter pick. Need that counter pick.
PC Inkblot, make it happen. Gonna manifest it right here. I'm gonna look in Sendo and just stare at that counter pick until it happens because I know it's coming. So just bring it on. Come on, just make it happen.
That's I mean that. As much as I joke about TC Inkblot, it's not the most horrible thing you could pick right here.
Yeah.
I mean, a tower control, you're gonna have to go up against that blaster. I mean, Rainmaker might be. I'm thinking Rainmaker might be like your best opportunity here. I mean, they obviously want to go back to Clan Blitz. They're 2-0 against this team. I mean, Splat Zones. They're 2-0 against this team on Splat Zones.
I'm half
so
right.
you go with tower control at Hagglefish Market is where they are going to lay down the law and see if they can get the extend this tournament a little bit longer. We are not gonna. Oh gosh, maybe I don't know. What do we call this team? Astral Aura. Okay.
Astrolora.
Okay. Astro Aura. Astra Aura. Got it.
We can also call them I'm a Div 5 if we want.
We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. We are not doing that.
PC.
Anyways, Nito, give me your 3 keys to victory here in this game.
Win. No, it's in all seriousness. For Anarchy Stars, you have to be faster off the draw. You have to be quicker off the draw. I mean, you talk about laying down a lot. I'm talking about being a cowboy here. You need to be quicker on the draw. You have a numbers advantage. You need to just take it and run with it no matter what. Because so far, Astrolora is just trampling you. I mean, we saw in that Clan Blitz game. I'm not sure what their strategy was because I was just too focused on and come with a name later, just absolutely walking over them. But there needs to be more on that side of just like, hey, look, we have an advantage. We need to run with it. Secondly, you need to be constantly calling out these 2 players, Still in Love and Mara Ross, who's with the roller. So you need to be calling them out because it's on a map like Hagglefish, that blaster is still going to do a lot of damage. That roller is still going to do a lot of damage. That's 2 keys to victory, but I think it's your biggest ones right here because that's what's absolutely killing you here.
Tournament point for Astral Aura, or Astra Aura. Mind you, a must-win scenario here for Anarchy Stars, who took the awkward approach of having an actual team name when signing up for this tournament. No real surprises coming out here. Miku coming in. Actually, I think this is the first time we've seen Miku and Naughty in the same lineup. They have 5 different players, Astral Stars does. And I can't think of a time when we've had the V Dualies and the Slosher, although it makes sense here. Crab and obviously Ink Strikes are a perfect GG special.
There we go.
If Anarchy Stars can find
There
the
we
way
go.
to get a lead, which they should right here.
And you need to be going up further. Wait, okay, we have Crab, so I guess maybe you have a little bit of an excuse here. But now you have 2 people up front. That's what I want to see. This is better coming out from Anarchy Stars. You want to have people up front. You want to be in the trenches. And you also want to make sure you don't have Malrossi get a double off of you. And now it's and now Mayhem's going to get this. Yeah, maybe not, but some eventually does. So, still good start here for Anarchy Stars. That's exactly what I was looking for, and that's exactly what you did there.
Well, it's going to be an even better start for Astral Aura because they're going to get a great opportunity to get a counter push going here as well, as you see Anarchy Stars trying to flank around the opposite way of where the tower is going to be. So there's going to be some action that's not going to approach the tower, although it looks like the roller gets splatted on the backside of that as well. Mayhem desperately trying to help their teammates out here. I can't see how Anarchy Stars holds on to this checkpoint here.
Well, there's nobody nearby, so there's no one to hold on to that checkpoint anyway. But they're going to be, I believe this could be a lead swap coming up, but I'm not too sure. There's nobody there contesting it, so that is a lead swap. But Still in Love already at this ramp area, still causing 2 of these players to move, stand back, and oh my goodness, Zuki already back up to near spawn. It's like they respawned already, but they're still alive. Even then, Astral Aura gets wiped out. Stop the bleed there, but 29 remaining, Popgun. That's a big push for him, man. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tournament
Astral
winning
Aura-
push. That's a tournament winning push. There's still 3 minutes left to go. It's just a 1 checkpoint lead at this point, but that's a hard checkpoint to come by. And when you have specials like Ink Strike, like Booyah Bomb that you can use to stall out this tower, there's a lot of different things that Astral Aura has to work with to make sure they can hold on and milk the clock out for another 2 minutes and 30 seconds. As, well, the best thing you can do in tower control is to keep pushing the tower. The longer the tower stays on the enemy side of the map, that is the less time they have been pushing the tower against you. As Nadi's able to survive that Booyah Bomb, but not for long here, as Astral Aura able to keep pushing up and keep bleeding more and more time off the clock.
As my cat runs towards something at the wall, and I'm not really sure what, but Astral Aura is able to at least keep this within enemy territory. Like you said, just might as well keep this here. We'll go ahead and set this here. We know that you've been having lots of trouble getting it to our side anyway, so we might as well just keep it here and see if you guys can babysit it for a while, which seems to be happening here. There's already one player down. Still in love and a bit of trouble there and does go down, but to what extent that helps out Anarchy Stars, we're not sure, because they haven't been able to do much except they haven't been able to do much when it comes to getting past this line of Astral Aura players, but maybe this is a chance here. They've got 2 players down, 1 on each side, 2v2 now. Zuki and Astral are the only ones left on that side as Astral Aura tries to find their way back in the enemy territory. Whoops.
Anarchy Stars trying to land some flanks there. You saw Zuki trying to make something happen along that right side, but it was just too well defended, as Astral Aura is just not going to be making those mental mistakes. They're not going to overextend themselves and present any easy opportunities for Anarchy Stars to get back into this one.
Oh.
Mayhem getting a nice play. Zuki trying that yet again a second time, gets shut down again. It coming a little bit too predictable, but somebody was able to get a flank, I think, on the opposite side there. As only one player's left alive. It's still in love, who has a Booyah Bomb ready to go, is probably going to try to hold it for this other checkpoint. You might just see them back off, which they are.
Oh, look at the positioning there. They're still just in front of that middle area. They need from them, and that's what I'm still looking out for. Granted, you still get a few points at least on the board, but to what extent that helps you out is not much, because it's already covered all in blue. And there's 3 players down for Anarchy Stars. Astral Aura now 20 seconds away from figuring this out.
And this is probably your tournament right here. With 2 players down, the problem is you got a Booyah Bomb ready to go, and you got Ink Strikes ready to go, and you're gonna have to sit at the tower like a duck, just waiting to get blasted by those specials at that checkpoint if you even find a way to get there. So the only thing Anarchy Stars can do at this point is to push way up and try to get those splashes before they come out. That Ink Strike's coming out really early with the perfect time, because somebody else was right by the tower. It was Mayhem able to combine with those Ink Strikes and hop onto the tower. Astral Aura, aka will come with a name later. I think we got the name for you guys. Low Ink Champions.
Well, it was Squidward and Son, and then we moved on to Squid League Chew, and now you're Astral Aura. And no better way to celebrate your new low ink victory with a name change. Astral Aura, you have done it. It's exactly what happened in Winners Bracket Finals, but even then, it's still an incredible display of dominance here for what you've been able to do against Anarchy Stars. Give yourselves a pat on the back, and probably a little bit more, because, hey, low ink win. That's what all true warriors strive for, is what that one guy said from that one game.
Anarchy Stars, if they could just find a way to get back to splat zones, to curse these counter pick rules that say you can't just win on the same mode. 2-0 against the Juggernaut and splat zones. Couldn't find a way around it in some of the other modes. And, you know, I'm sitting here questioning some of their counter picks. At the end of the day, there's only so much you can really do. That team was just good. Astral Aura was just really good. By the way, it was will come with a name later. It wasn't will come up with a name later.
Yes.
That's I don't know. Like, are they going to arrive with a name? Is what they're getting at right there. But forever and ever, the history books will refer to them as Squid League Chew. I think that was my favorite of the ones that chat suggested. Now I got to call you guys out in chat. You guys gave some really horrible suggestions. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. And I expect better next month. I want you guys to get all that cleaned up. because if we have another stupid team name like we had today, we're going to rely on you guys to get it right. And we demand better, and you should too. And I hate to be stern, but somebody's got to.
3-4 is still on the table.
No.
Ah, dang
What is
it.
wrong with you?
I think 3-4 is a good alternative. That's a good place to start.
Congratulations to Anarchy Stars for taking second place, XName for taking home third, as well as I take a quick glance over at the other brackets. Beta bracket, This Is Fine has closed out beta bracket. They're your beta champions, and
Sure is.
Saturn's Rings is currently up 2-0 in a bracket reset against TBD. Another to be determined. Man, what is it with you guys and just not having team names? Come on. Come on.
Like, how do
Can't
we
take
have
Squid League 2.
teams?
It's taken.
How do we have teams that, like, Aquatic Vanguard, the Gorillas, FT Win? These are all teams that have had names that have stood the test of time, and yet we're still talking TBD over here. Like, I don't know. There's a lesson to be had here, and it's be better.
Be better, be best.
Exactly.
And there's an opportunity for all of you to redeem yourselves. For all of you to prove that you are better and be best. Because Super Jump 7 is just around the corner. December the 6th through the 7th on start.gg/SJ. Super Jump number 7, there is a cash prize for the winner. It is a major 2-day tournament with brackets for every skill level. Everybody that signs up does get to play in both day 1 and day 2, regardless of how well you do in day 1. It's not like Low Ink where only half the teams move on to day 2. No, everybody gets day 2, and you can sign up for it. Sign up today at start.gg/SJ. Nito's gonna be there, right?
I think so, one way or another.
Yes.
Microphone, broadcasting, maybe. Playing, maybe. I don't know.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Nito, where can people find you, by the way?
At Nito Unused and pretty much every platform, specifically Blue Sky and Twitch, on a rare occasion that I do stream. And if you want to find me elsewhere, guys, 3-4 is still on the table.
It is. Yeah, absolutely. And you can find me on this channel tomorrow at 6 o'clock Eastern Time with the Popcast, where we're going to recap everything you saw today, the Splatoon 3 North American League Week 7, and a segment on this 8 server and all the nonsense going on with that over the course of the last week. I got some passionate thoughts that I have yet to reveal on social media. I've been saving it for the podcast on Monday. You don't want to miss that. From all of us here of IPL, the head TOs for this event, myself, Hoenn Hero, and Brush, the lovely and talented streamer, Sam, producing this entire weekend. From all of our staff and our commentators, we thank you for watching, playing, and participating in this edition of Low Ink. We will see you in December with Super Jump 7. And could you not cough over my monologue? Are you done?
I think so.
Gosh, we're not, okay, we're done. We're not, congratulations, Astral Aura. You won. We're out of here.